All right. Well, one last attempt, guys. Sorry, this is it though. If I can't get it running, then you can hear me now. Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you, Silk. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Now let's take a look at what time is it right now? 9:16. So I've got to kind of. I don't have that many to talk about anyway, but the ADXN is probably my number one, just because of what it could do because of the weekly chart. I know you guys were looking at ENSC. This is one that's so under a dollar.
Barry, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, your sound's working now?
Yeah, it appears to be working. Did you start YouTube yourself?
Nope. I just logged
You
into
did.
the thing you have here.
Okay, no, they're telling me they can hear me now. So thank you, Chris.
All right. Very good.
Do it.
If not, I'm around.
Okay. Okay. Talking to Chris in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So where else? Trib, TRIB. Now this had actually, it's funny because I saw this was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but you can see the little pattern. There's the orange, pink, purple, dark, deep purple, and that would have been a nice one. The short would have been right at 347. It's at 292 right now. It was just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And that was really early, though. Also, I don't think I was up then. At 725, that is actually I was up 425 my time, Eastern Pacific time. SMFL, SMFL, still up 35%, falling here. Cava. So the deal with Cava appears to be a bunch of insider sales, but a lot of them look planned. Martel International. So I guess that is a some kind of a mutual fund that was involved with them. But I do see a lot of insiders. But I think this is all planned. Okay. Anyway, that's the. I guess that's the reason for Cava's being weak so far. You guys are talking about IVP. Where is IVP? Is it still up? I don't see IVP right. I don't see it anywhere. So it must have fallen IVP, or at least it's not up 4% anymore. Yeah. Wow. No kidding. Not just is it not over 4%, but it's actually gone negative now. IVP has gone negative now. Well, let me check another source for the float on ADXN. 13 million. What do we have? Yeah, I don't know about this. No, 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 no. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Yeah, well, the other source says 810,000 also. So we're in the ballpark. And I do respect this other source, the revolutiontracker.com. So I don't know, Homelander. I don't think I have a feeling this is the float, okay? And because the other source that we look at all the time, dilution tracker, they've got the same number. Now, let's take a look at the economic calendar, see what's on in store for today. So at 9 o'clock, we had, I don't know if that caused any sort of downturn in the market, maybe. We had the Case-Shiller Home Price Index, and then we had another house price index at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, though, is consumer confidence. That could be a big one. And then at 10 o'clock, also, we have the Richmond Fed. 1 o'clock, we have the 2-year note auction and money supply. Uh, Definitely consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. That will probably have an effect on the market. Well, I don't know how long you've been in the room, Homelander, and I love saying Homelander. Um, Dilution Tracker is something that we have been using for quite a while now. When we see a float in trade ideas that looks either way too low or maybe even way too high, we do a check at Dilution Tracker. They kind of specialize in that, and they seem to be usually bang on. No, I know you're not arguing. It's just sometimes getting a handle on these floats can be really really difficult, especially if they've done reverse splits, which they obviously have to get down to 820,000. Now, what had an AI? Just give me a moment here. There was one that I noticed that yeah, IVP. Is that what it was? IVP. Because in the headline they had something about AI trading higher after the company signed a non-binding letter of intent to acquire AI platform in an all-stock transaction. So they're joining. Okay, guys, I'm sorry I couldn't go over the sectors right now, but well, let's take a look at XLE. That was the only one that was kind of close to the 200-day moving average. You can see it's still above that green line, still above the 200-day moving average. So I think that's the only major sector that was kind of in jeopardy. I do want to take a look at XLK. I know it was above it, but probably after yesterday, with the NAS being down, yeah, a little bit of a downturn. Okay, guys, want to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market is open. So give me one moment. Well, something did not work there. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. I kind of screwed up there. All right, let's try this again. There we go. All right, guys, just rearranging some of my windows, my other monitor. Okay, so give me a moment. Squeeze that puppy, okay? Don't be sorry. Welcome, Squeeze That Puppy, to the room. So you will not have the exact same layout, but what I do, what time is it now? 9:26. So if you click on my homepage, click on my homepage link, okay? When you do that, this is what you're going to see. And if you scroll down a bit, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? So what I instead of creating a giant layout for everybody, what I do is it's sort of a la carte. You can pick what you want. So this race that you see here that has not started, it's right there, right here. Pulse resumes is right over here. Momentum scan is down here. And then this upside movers versus downside movers is right here. So those are the kind of the scans, okay? The charts, I mean, that's up to you, right? I mean, you have to pick your own time frames that you want. But in terms of the scans, but you notice that I'm also sharing other scans. I don't have them up and running on my other monitors. It's just that I've got a lot of scans that I'm sharing, not just not displaying. Okay. And again, the reason I don't create a giant layout is not everybody wants everything that you see here. So it's just kind of a la carte. Okay, guys. Now, what time is it now? It is now 9:27. So again, if you have AI, this is all I would do. I would have this screen up and running. Strategy trades all. How to load that? Well, if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on, we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick that middle one. Okay. This is the window that you're going to get. And you may have different column headers, but this is essentially the window that you're going to get. The other thing I would do is in the filter box, I would make sure it says none. Probably, if you're new to this, it'll say profitable trades. Uncheck it. I would want to see the trades all day long. And notice that this window is blank. Nothing happens until at least 9:40, and that is by design. 10 minutes after the market opens. Doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:40. It just means that that will be the earliest. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, so let's take a look at the SPY. So yeah, we've had up here, I think the SPY was mildly positive, and now we've had a nice drop. Let's see if 558 holds it. So again, the only other number or time to take a look at the SPY is at 10 o'clock when we get the consumer sentiment numbers that are going to come out at 10 o'clock. It usually has an effect on the SPY. All right, guys. Yeah, 10 seconds to the open. So have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15. So let's see what happens here on the races. Little strange. I'm not getting any data in here. Now, I did not mention Hain. Hain is an earnings play, actually. Hain is an earnings play, Hayn. This is an earnings play. Oh, look at it. Oh, boy, ADXN guys, this looks getting riper here. And there it goes. Just check out just at the pre-market high now, briefly. A little bit of a reversal for Cava. Okay, so still down 7%. I read this, about all the insider selling, but they appear to be more like planned sells, if that makes sense. I mean, guys are allowed to sell. But anyway, Cava now having a little bit of a pop here. All right, guys. So I see crypto is down about $1,000 right now. So I'm looking at a couple of these crypto plays. Mara, of course, weakening if crypto is moving down. You might want to keep an eye on RITR. I don't think there's that much volume yet, but IRTR, because that was the IPO from a couple of days ago. Had a big day yesterday. Did pull back a lot though. Got up to 7. Closed down here at 5. Okay. So now, as we speak, it is a little bit above yesterday's high. Okay, so, and please listen carefully, okay? This is not just directed to you, Fool on Fire. So, anybody who has taken GoNoGo, okay? First thing, first thing to do, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and click on the GoNoGo charts. You probably have already done all that, okay? So the main question is, okay, I clicked on the. Now, of course, you should have also taken a look at the videos and the explanation about what the color transitions are all about. I will assume you did that. Now, so the main question though is when people click on the GoNoGo chart, this is what they see, okay, which is just a normal bar chart. What you have to do, luckily there is a symbol here. You just have to click on any symbol that you see, okay? So click on para. You should see para. Notice how now it changes into a go-no-go chart, okay? Now, if it does not, you have to be on, you should download the latest beta, okay? Download the latest beta. And the only other thing, if it still doesn't work, you might have to either uncheck or check use browser interface. Okay, but the normal way is just make sure. I'm surprised there's only one right there. Just click on any alert that you see in any one of the scans, and that should turn it into the go no go chart. Now again, if it doesn't, download the latest beta, and if that doesn't work, then when you right click on the chart, you might have to uncheck or check use browser interface. Depends what you've got there. Okay, okay, Fuel on Fire. Does that help? Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case then. You know how to activate it. Yeah, I mean, ADXN, I mean, it's certainly whippy, you know, it's, I mean, it's up, what is it up right now? 64%. Spread is not terrible. I mean, you know, 63, 61.70 for a stock that, you know, is still very volatile with what we think is a very low float. Okay, Fool on Fire. So when you say it turned off, let me, okay, one last look at this, because I might have to send you to our account people. So the first thing is, do you see any symbols over here? Okay, because if you don't see any symbol, well, if it is completely blank, that means for some reason it's not activated. You should see APH and you should see para. If you don't see the symbols, that means there's something wrong with the activation, and I'll just have to send you to our accounting people. Okay. Ah, okay. When in doubt, reboot. Okay. Okay. So Kava has all over the place right now. This got as high as 117, I do believe, and now it's taking its drop here. It's been all over the place. I did not see Vox in the pre-market. Wow, VOXX. I did not see this one in the pre-market. Really, it didn't really. Well, I guess it did actually have some activity in the pre-market. Didn't really see it. Maybe it's because I was trying to get that YouTube. Yeah, but that happened a bit later. So I was messing around with YouTube. So Vox size, yeah. What's the float on this one? 11 million in the float. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Announces strategic alternatives process to maximize valuation. Okay, a potential sale, a sale of segments, operational improvements, all sorts of things. Try to increase shareholder value, and that is VOXX. Yeah, I'm seeing Trib down here in the. Now there could be so the next highs looking left for Trib. There is one at 326, and then if we can get through that, 344. I think it did have some news. This was yeah okay. So received substantial additional orders for its trin screen. Okay. Yeah, a good hand. This is excuse me. This is an earnings play, guys. Mentioned it. And it's through the 200-day. Yeah, somebody mentioned that. The 200-day moving average. Now, this is shortable for me. Just want to see what sort of level could it get to. I have to look at the monthly chart to see where it could get to before it hits any sort of resistance. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 980. Is that right? Yeah. So on the monthly chart, there is some room. Of course, in this month, there could be some weekly highs that we can't see. I'd have to scroll back a bit, of course. Speaking of Hain, you have the AI, you know. You know what? On the Hain, I better back this weekly chart out just to kind of see. That's pretty good, actually. Look at this. I mean, the high, which it's through, is 809. So actually, on the weekly chart, the next high is 957. So there is room. There is some room. I mean, it's pretty extended right now, but there is room. That is on the weekly chart. What week was that? That was in March of this year. Well, this is running, guys. I'm not in it, but this is running a bit now. Hain, Hayn, Hain. Excuse me. Power is interesting. I mean, the news on this one is that Bronfman has pulled the bid for it, so it looks like it's a done deal now with Skydance. Of course, you never know, but yeah, Bronfman pulled the $6 billion bid. For those of you who don't know, Bronfman is a very powerful family in Canada. All right, give me a moment. Well, I mean, I don't know how dynamic this is going to be, but the next low on the daily chart is 1069. I mean, in theory, if it took that out at 1069 on the daily, and this is for Para, P-A-R-A, then the next low is 1030. This is showing up on the GoNoGo scan, okay? It's showing up there at around 1076, I guess, right around here. Again, what we're looking for is that transition. So from orange to deep purple, or with only one bar in between, one pink bar in between, which this does not have. Yeah, they used to own the Expos, made all all his money in during your prohibition, way back in the 20s and 30s, selling rum, etc., to you you Americans at a fortune. Well, Vox on that news, all they're trying to do is maximize shareholder value, maybe sell themselves a piece of themselves. So on that news, VOXX, a low float, 11 million in the float. Okay, now Hain is settling down a little bit here. Okay, so let's see if it regains 9 and moves off. MDAI, guys, MDAI, this is on the move for some reason. Spectral AI completes burn center enrollment for US burn pivotal study. Okay, well, that is the news for MDAI. However, probably could be coming into some resistance, not that far away, around 170. Stick an alert down here at 1068. See if it takes that out. That's for the Paramount, PARA. Yeah, APDN. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. It just flatlined in the pre-market. APDN, low float, 10 million in the float. Well, the high 2 days ago, that would have been Friday's high, was up here around 350. So I guess there is some room. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the Hain now. It is regained 9, sitting at 9. It's on a low float, 88 million in the float. And it momentarily regained 9. So I'm going to have to put an alert up here around 911. See if it gets back there at some point. Hmm. Yeah, ADXN is actually showing up on that scan now. Unfortunately, well, Oliver, you said you're out. Um, Orange, pink, deep purple. Not shortable for me though at Interactive Brokers. So so in our YouTube room, do I use Brokerage Plus? No, I don't, Jacob. If you have a question about it, I might be able to help, but I do not use Brokerage Plus. No, I have Interactive Brokers. I just prefer to trade from within Interactive Brokers. Well, I look at Kava. I mean, this has been all over the place, guys. Seriously, all over the place. We had the pop, then the drop, and now the pop again. Yeah, I think he's definitely still under the weather, Green, in terms of William. I'm not sure I have his email address. Oh, good. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad you popped in. We've been thinking about you, William. Okay, guys. Para is now moving down a bit here. Okay, Jacob, I can help you. Let me just load Brokerage Plus. We have a question about Brokerage Plus. Now, is there any particular? I mean, I shouldn't tell people not to use Brokerage Plus, but you don't have to use Brokerage Plus. Okay, but woof, this has really changed for me here. Okay, give me a moment here. Okay, the first thing you have to do. Okay, you see in the strategy section, you have to select. You have to select. I see what's happened here. You have to select in the strategy section something that you're going your long strategy to assign, okay, to the buy button, and then a short one if you do. This is the problem, in my opinion, okay, because you have to create a strategy and then you have to assign it to the buy button. And if you want to have a short strategy, assign it to the sell button, okay? And that's why what's happening with you right now is they're grayed out, right? So that is the problem. I mean, that's the issue. But you have to create a strategy, a trading strategy, and then assign it. See what I've done? If I right click, there are a couple. These are, I guess, these are default strategies in here. And then you right click, and if I uncheck it, you see how the buy button is grayed out. So I'd have to right click and set as default long strategy. That means you've got to create your own strategy, and you have to. So every time you click the buy button, it's going to obey those rules. So I can't tell you what your strategy is going to be, of course. But I mean, if you want to use a simulator, I mean, all you have to do is just keep. What has happened here? Oppositions. This is something I must have taken before in the simulator. Okay, they've changed something in Brokerage Plus, but you can use the simulator. Just do your trading manually, unless because the problem. It is hard, Jacob. That's why I don't do it, to be honest. I don't want to adhere to some specific way of trading every single time. When I look at when I want to get into something, I could have different ways I want to set my stops. Okay. Whereas you have to have a very defined way of that's why I don't like to do it, to be honest. And I can't help you, obviously creating a strategy that has to be up to you. The other thing you might want to look at though, Jacob, is if you go to my homepage. I'm talking to Jacob in our YouTube room. Okay. So if you look at go to my homepage, and if you scroll down to the education section, click here, education section. I don't know if you've done this already. Go to the user guide. And then where it says Brokerage Plus, you might want to take a look at this and also chart trading. Okay. But if you're having a tough time creating your own strategy, that's something I can't help you with. And when I say it like that, I mean, I don't know what strategy you want, of course. And even if I did, it's difficult. That's why I've never, ever, ever got involved with auto trading or, really. I mean, I just trade from within interactive brokers. I find it is, very simple. Yeah, a couple of minutes now, guys, for what time is it now? Actually, a minute and a half before we get some numbers, the consumer confidence, and also the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index. Well, Hain has turned out to be a bit of a bust. Okay. Does Interactive Brokers offer shorting outside? You mean, do they offer shorting in the pre and post? Yeah, like any broker. You can't go in a market order. That's all. Yeah, like any broker though, you cannot go in a market order. You have to go limit. 4 o'clock Eastern time. I'm talking to Captain Para in our YouTube room. So 4 o'clock Eastern time, and I think it goes to 8 p.m. Eastern time. So plenty of time. How do you see IB trading shares within trade ideas? I'm sure I know what you mean by that, Joshua. If you're connected to I'm talking to Joshua in our YouTube room. If you're connected to Interactive Brokers, you should see it. And I mean, you'll see it. I mean, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. So if you were connected to Interactive Brokers, you would see, you would see the trade. Okay, if you were connected to this is a simulated trade. Okay, so but if you were connected to Interactive Brokers, you would see it in your positions. Okay, okay, Joshua, did it make sense? Oh, this one right here. You're talking about this blue screen, Joshua. This I should always mention it. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so if you're talking about this, this is telling me how many shares are available to short. Okay, this is a screen again from within Interactive Brokers. Just SLB. If you if you have Interactive Brokers. So again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales. And then the other one, the little screen that I showed, that'll show you how many shares are available to short at Interactive Brokers. And that is if you type in SLB in your search, you'll be able to have that also. But it's nothing to do with trade ideas. It'll be impossible, Joshua, anyway, to have for trade ideas to have something like that because we do get the question a lot. Why doesn't trade ideas show how many shares are available to short? Well, the problem is that every broker is different. Interactive Brokers could have shares to short, E-Trade may not, or vice versa, or whatever broker you have. The other thing is that at some point in time, even within Interactive Brokers, I may show 50,000 shares available to short. Well, if all of a sudden they get all snapped up, quickly, it'll show zero shares available to short. So that's why we cannot. Just give me a moment. That's why we cannot have a filter that's going to show you something like that. Okay, guys, this is a this is from the GoNoGo. Okay, this is the scan, and it looks interesting to me. The PDD. Okay, I'm going to go over the. What time is it now? 10:04. I'm going to go over this in about 10 minutes or so. All the information you can find on my homepage. Oh, I'm just talking in general, Shaw. I mean, you're right. I mean, we're not a broker, but we get the question a lot. That's all. I'm just trying to explain why, in theory, why we can't. Talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. Now Hain is back. HAIN is back at 9 now. I wonder if it'll hold there this time. Yeah, Vox Pop is right. I mean, I know the AI said to short, but you know what? I was, I was sort of interested, but there are shares available to short. This may give us an opportunity later on, though. And there are at Interactive Brokers anyway. There are about 700,000 shares available to short. So certainly the availability. PDD guys. And ADXN guys. ADXN is having. Too bad, Oliver. I know you got stopped out of it. ADXN. ADXN now. Is this the no, it's not the pattern. Now the bank, BNS, Bank of Nova Scotia, big bank in Canada, is had earnings. Initial reaction was not good, but now I think it's actually gone positive. Is an earnings play. BNS is an earnings play. Okay, guys, Hain is still hanging around the 9 mark. HAIN still hanging around the 9 mark. All right, DCTH. What sort of room does it have on the monthly chart? Let's take a look. $10 would be a big. Well, have to go back quite a bit, I guess, to see where the next high is. So there's a high back here. So in December of 2021, so not quite 4 years ago, okay, it's approaching the high of approximately 4 years ago for DCTH. But to me, it's got to take out 10. All right, market is, I don't know what the number came out at 10 o'clock, but I guess the market is reacting all right to the consumer confidence number. Okay, this pelt got halted quite a while ago, 10:02, so it's still halted. Wow, so this is not looking good if you're in it, guys. Yeah, 4:15, so now it's looking better if you're in it. Terrible spread. Look at that spread, 406, 436. Trying to make it so that you don't, well, not very much volume either. 85,000 shares. I guess this got halted on the way down. Yeah, just looking here. Obviously, it got halted on the way down. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on RITR. Let's see. First of all, I have to see what volume there is. RITR, and not terrible. I mean, it's 124,000 shares, but again, the deal is it's a little bit above yesterday's high. It's an IPO from 2 days ago. The IPO was at $4. Not that many shares were issued. Didn't have a great day the first day, but yesterday it did spike all the way up to almost $7, and but it pulled back, of course, back down to 5. Let's take a look. I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, it's a dime. I know it's 7 cents right now. Maybe it widens, but you know, the issue for me on a spread on something like this. I mean, I'm not going to take it if it's like a 30-cent spread, but with the ability that it has to do something crazy, I don't mind. But also within interactive brokers, if I wanted it right now, if I were, really wanted it right now, I would use the mid and see if I get a mid fill somewhere in between. Oof, Oliver, I'm afraid to look at TOVX. Really? I don't remember TOVX. Yeah, no kidding. What has happened here? Yes, I don't know what happened here. Is this doesn't look real? I did. I said we should watch it at 16. That's what it is. So this is reverse split adjusted, or it's not reverse split adjusted. That's the reason. Harry. All right, guys, 10:16. So, man, I am watching the Ritter. I'm really watching the Ritter, maybe for later on. I'm watching Hain to see if it can take out 9 again and get rolling. I'm still going to keep watching the ADXN all day in case it catches a bid again. SOPA, what happened to SOPA? Yeah, I mean, look at these high flyers in the pre-market. They just didn't. They're not holding their gains that much. All right, guys, take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, before I master look at SOND, SOND. Let's see if there's any news on this one, SOND. I mean, it's, I think, had earnings this, well, earnings did nothing for it. I can't remember what happened here. Obviously, it had some news, and it's just sort of continuation. Had some news here. Not a ton of volume, 212,000 shares, 3 times normal. Not a ton of volume, though. Low float, 10 million. I don't know any, I don't see any news on it. They did receive a compliance notice, so they're trying to, what did they do? Must have done a reverse split to get up to 9. Okay, I don't see that, but obviously that's helped. I guess the COO maybe was unpopular. All right, guys, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Right at the very top, you'll see a way in which you can get a subscription for 25% off. Just use this promo code BATTLE25 off, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use whatever promo code you see on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the room free. Okay. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. You may not have to go through them all. I mean, obviously, if you've already downloaded and installed the program and you've logged in, but this takes you right from the beginning. Okay. And getting down here, important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. 2 important aspects of trade ideas. That's what we're trying to cover in these 10 short videos. And if you're new to trading, we have a series of videos designed just for you. Trading 101, all free. In fact, Michael Noss, a Trade Ideas, he put this together, and he will be in our YouTube room It'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. This is our user guide. There's that getting started section right front and center. You must do this first. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. You can see I'm running one stock race right here. You want to create your own stock race. This is how you do it. Price alerts on charts. I use this all the time. And if you do want to create your own watch list of stocks that you want to watch, symbol list, here's how you do it. But obviously, there is a lot more in here in the guide. Somebody was asking me earlier about Brokerage Plus. Well, if you want to find out about Brokerage Plus a little bit more, here it is. Brokerage Plus, chart trading, things like that. You do not have to learn everything that's in the guide, of course. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One or the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that. I'm pretty sure it's going to be him, though. Stock racing not available on the web version. Now, I thought it was, but maybe I'm wrong. My machine is probably going to go a little crazy right now, but let me see if stock racing is available. Yeah, I guess not. I know it's available on our home page, okay, but if you're looking on the web-based version, I guess it is not. Okay, thank you, Torty. Yeah, no stock racing on the web-based version. Now, that's a good question, though, because we do get the question every now and then. I see you have a web-based version. I see you have a downloadable application. What should I use? Okay, well, if you have the ability to use the downloadable application, do it. Okay, it is more robust. There's more features, etc. The only reason a person should use our web-based version, I guess, if they've got a Mac and they don't want to use an emulation program like Parallels or something like that, or they're on a tablet. Okay, but otherwise, if you have a PC, by all means, use the downloadable application. Okay. So let's keep going on my home page. So again, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down to the bottom to a little bit. Middle section are my scans. Okay, that is the middle section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, but here are the ones that I'm actually displaying. So I'm displaying this race right here, this race right up here. I do have two other races that I'm sharing that you can have a look at. This is the halts resumes is over here. Not terribly active today. A momentum scan is here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here. So these are the ones that you can see, but I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. And and certainly do not have don't load every single one of these scans and make a part of your layout. You'll have way too much information coming at you. Okay. Okay, guys, now just to demonstrate what Trade It is all about. And if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between Monday and Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. When I say approximately, I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3. Now, I don't think William is going to keep the room open. I'm glad to see he's back to a certain extent. And this is a trading room, but it's a support room also. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me, okay? So let me explain what trade it is, and I'm going to do that by looking at this momentum scan. Just going to get it front and center so it's easier to demonstrate. Let me just do this one first, see what's happening with JBDI. This looks like an IPO today, guys. Yeah, price at $5. How many shares? 2.25 million. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. All right, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this one. You know what? I just want to see where they're out of. I want to see if it's a China stock. Well, they're out of the Cayman Islands, so that's for tax purposes. But yeah, yeah, oh, Singapore. Actually, they're out of Singapore. Okay, we haven't seen a Singaporean one for a while. Okay, so this is out of Singapore and it just got halted again. Okay, so let me explain what trade ideas it is. We're fantastic at real-time alerting. Okay, a lot of screening programs are out there. Nothing wrong with the screening program. We do screen, of course, but what we're really, really good at is real-time alerting. So you can see DCTH right there. So how does this work? If I right-click and click on Configure, and then click on Summary. So in this particular scan, okay, this is what it's looking for. If the price is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. Notice the relative volume, current volume. See, it's 12 for DCTH. This means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's time of day sensitive. So let's call it 10:30 Eastern time, okay? The volume has to be at least 100,000 shares. Now, this is why I call a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. All these filter values have to be met, and if they are, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why CLPT just showed up, met all these filter values, and made a new high for the day. Let's just take a look at it. I cannot click on it while I have this open, but okay. So that's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, of course you can have it. But if you want to make changes, you can do that too. Maybe you don't like the price range I've got. Maybe you want to have a favorite filter that you want to add. Maybe you don't like one of these. That's fine. You can modify it, of course, or you can take it as it is. If you want to build your own scans from scratch, you can do that too. I click on search this time. Now, right at the very top, you can see the new high and the new low. These are the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But you can see that as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't think, man, this is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn all this? Just give me a moment. Okay, you do not have to learn them all, okay? The only reason there are so many is that, and this I think makes sense, When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why, of course, they had to create a lot of these different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So that's the reason why there are so many. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of those filters. Why? Because that's all I need for my trading style. Doesn't mean all these other ones that I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. But you might. Okay? So they're here. All right, guys. Now Hain is getting interesting again. It's trying to hold over 9 again. HAIN trying to hold over 9 again. Okay, now let me explain about the races and what they're all about. So you guys have been talking about SOND, SOND, massive move now, massive move. I'm not in this one. Look at the volume that came in, 150,000 shares. Okay, massive move now. When I looked at it first, I mean the volume wasn't that great, but certainly the volume is starting to pick up, and of course helped on that 3-minute candle or 3-minute bar right here. Now let's take a look at JBDI. It just resumed. So what are the races all about? Well, excuse me, I run 4-minute races. And again, if you go to my homepage, go down, click on the education section, click on the guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay. So that's how you can create your own race. This is the race using my parameters. A 4-minute race. I like to run a 4-minute race. Right. Of course, you can pick any time frame you want. So why is SOND at the top here? SOND. That's because since the race started, almost 4 minutes ago, 3.5 minutes ago, Sun has moved the most, 9.5%. It has moved the most since the start of the race. And I will assume it's going to hold on to its position. There's only 9 seconds left. And what will happen? Now, I noticed that it did not win a race before, so you'll not see this in the top 10 yet, unless it wins another race. But you can see what happens here is that a top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, I start this race at 9:30 Eastern Time. So since then, the number one position is Vox. It has won 3 races. SMFL has won 3 races, etc. So automatically, a top 10 list is created for you. It gives you a great focus, okay, of stocks just to follow. That's what you want to do. You can click on an alert. You can click anything on the list and just see what's happening with it. Maybe it's setting up now. Maybe if you're a VWAP player, maybe it's coming into the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP will hold it. If maybe you have a moving average on the chart that you like, maybe that'll hold it. All sorts of different ways to trade, of course. Boy, this Hain is just miserable. It's just doesn't want to hold that 9 level. I do keep wanting to get into it. Yeah, just give me a moment here. So it did win a race earlier. It's just kind of in between here, this 880 and the 9. Let me put another alert at $9 and see if it takes it out later. All right. So the question you should be asking is, well, why are these showing up? Like, why are these stocks showing up as opposed to any other stock? So the reason these stocks are showing up is because all races start from a top list window. So if I right click, you notice that there's an option that says open top list. So I'll do that. Put up on my other monitor. So this is the top list window that this race is based on. Notice if I right click on the top list window, there's an option that says launch real-time stock race. Okay. So this is what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see, but this is what I want to see. If I right click configure. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be a symbol on this list. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, before we had races, this is how people would use a top list window. Classic question would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Well, if you had it as a column header, which I do, change from the close, I do have a column. Well, if I double left click, Vox is up 69% from yesterday's close, Crib 39%, etc. Okay. As long as I have the is as a column header, I can sort on it. If I want to see the stocks that have moved the most from its opening trade of the day, the change from the open, all I have to do again, double left click. Fox is up 22%, Hain is up 19%, etc. I mean, that's all well and good. You know, if people want to see those stocks, I mean, there they are. But what the race does, though, makes it a like a big step forward because, for instance, what if CCL, for whatever reason, what if CCL just was starting to move? Right now, it's only up 2.6% from the open, 2.2 from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, CCL started to move? Maybe some news hit, and instead of being up 2%, it's up 3%, 4%, 5%, 10%. How would you ever know that? You know, you just would never know that because how you expected to take watch a whole list of stocks to see which one is moving. Well, that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most for the day or up the most from the open. All it cares about, as long as it meets the filter requirements, is what stock is moving the most since the race started. Okay. That's all it cares about. So what you can do, you don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over before you click on a symbol. You start to see something moving up, click on it. Actually, if you see anything in this list, click on it. See what's happening with it. You know, MRM was a real popular one yesterday. Maybe it's setting up. 581 is the VWAP. Okay, what did it get to? We got a little bit above the VWAP, and now maybe it's moving now. Okay. You have to have some trading experience, of course, but that's why we have a simulator. But this can show you potential setups. They're not necessarily going to be at the high of the day or near the low of the day. They could have pulled back. So, I mean, a lot of you would rather play pullbacks. You know, a stock that's pulled back to a level, maybe it held, and then starts to move again. I mean, this one's got got a chance here, guys. I mean, 3 million in the float. We saw this one get up to 850 yesterday. Yeah, I mean, this MRM is interesting. I mean, it takes out the high right there. This can get going. And this actually, okay, why did it not show up? All right, this should have. I'm going to have to ask Michael why this did not show. Now, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll probably stick around and I'm going to have a quick break and maybe get on and chat with him about go charts and all. Why would that not have shown up? The relative volume is fine. Whatever was a minimum volume. Well, I'm definitely interested in this one, guys. If it starts popping here, maybe taking out maybe that high right there. It did get up to 631, but I think what we're really looking at is what it did yesterday. Got up to 837. Well, you read my mind, Shady. I have that QXO thumbnailed because it has such wide range. Yeah, the MNTS, that was a disappointment yesterday. It is doing something now, though. I shouldn't say disappointment. This is when I traded. I shouldn't say a disappointment. We kind of thought it would stuck around the 150 mark, and that's what it did. It got a little bit above the 150, and then it just stalled, and then it closed way down here. I mean, it's a big drop from the high. It closed just over $1. Oh, it wasn't bad if you bought at one, and of course, I didn't get in at one yesterday, but I did okay on it. But I was really hoping it would take out 150 in a big way because, of course, it has all that room looking left. It had all the way up to 2 looking left. So just could not really want to get through that 150 mark in any big way. Saw this one in the pre-market. I don't think I've ever seen this stock before. XWEL. This is some kind of a gaming. No, it isn't. They said they were looking at 2-year partnership with Priority Pass. That's not the news that I saw. Well, that's the news I'm seeing now, but I don't. That's not the news I saw originally. But that is X. Oh, XSPA. Thank you, Ori. I do remember XSPA. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to have one of the races here, guys. I took the race off because I. By the way, look at the market. Look at the market coming all the way back. So here is, in theory, not in theory, but this is a sort of a setup that we're looking at on the GoNoGo charts. Now we're using it on a 3-minute chart, but you can use it on any time frame you want. If you get orange, pink, and then blue, that could be a powerful long setup. So what the scan is looking for, it looks for orange to blue or orange and only one bar in between the blue and the orange. Okay. That is what the scan is looking for. And this is the Go Momo on the 3-minute. I know I have 5 minutes here, but that's what it's looking for. What I'm finding, unfortunately, over the last few days, I mean, the scan is working perfectly in terms of finding, okay? Though the odd one, that's why I wanted to direct it to Michael on the MRM, wondering why it didn't show up here. It may be that when it hit here, it may be that the volume wasn't high enough. I just don't know what minimum volume we're using. So that's what I want. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. So I want to bring in. Actually, I'm going to bring it from here. I'm going to bring in another race. Let's do what's the market is. The market is basically flat. The Dow's up a little, Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little. I'm going to load the losers. I'm going to put it in here as a tab. Okay, so all I do now is I just have to toggle back and forth. Okay, and the same thing with the large cap losers. There were if I had excuse me. Sorry. If I had run this since 9:30, we would have had a top 10 list, okay, of stocks. These are large cap losers, okay? The difference between the big cap, well, obviously one is looking for stocks that are moving down, but also what I've done is I've added, and there's not too many. You can see there's not. Notice how this list, the other one is a huge list of stocks. This list is not as big. The reason being is that what I've done is I've added a couple of things, a couple of filters. Has to be at least a half a billion market cap and at least 50 million in the float. So you're not going to get as many stocks as you do when you don't have a float restriction and a market cap restriction. And this is just looking for the stocks that are moving down the most since the start of the race. So TGTX. All right, guys, DCTH is looking more interesting now, holding over 10. Well, let's see what happened with VOX, VOXX. Look what happened. Now, okay, granted, it did get down below the VWAP. 479 is the VWAP right now. And it got down below, but it is now above the VWAP a little bit. Was there news on VOX? Take a look at VOX. Was there some news on it? Oh, this is, yeah, okay. Sale expiration. So they're looking to, this is all about strategic alternatives. Do we sell ourselves? Do we sell a portion of ourselves? How do we maximize shareholder value? Oh, see, a couple of the Canadian banks released today. So Bank of Nova Scotia also released, Bank of Montreal, BMO. So BMO is, so tail of two banks here, guys. BMO's down, BNS is up. I've been wanting to short this PDD. It's just been a little too erratic for me. It did show up on that scan early right here. The alert was at 99, but it's just been a little too jumpy for me. Of course, had earnings yesterday, got hammered down on earnings. The low of yesterday was 95.86, so it's getting closer and closer to that low. Now this one, guys, maybe this will set up later on. Okay, so this is the Singaporean IPO at $5, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. What I'm going to do is just stick a price alert at the high of the day and see if later on, and I hope later on means in the afternoon. I hope it just sort of settles down here and it doesn't really trade that much. And then later on in the day, if it takes out that high, I may pounce on it. Give me a moment. Yeah, boy, this MRM looks really the problem right now with it's not that bad now. 614, 617, the bid ask for the MRM. You can see my price alert line is still blue. It is not triggered yet. Now, just, if it triggers, it doesn't mean I'm just going to, pile into the trade. My price alerts are designed. I want to see if it gets to the level that I could be interested in, depending on how it's trading. Doesn't mean I just take the trade immediately. And this is a problem. Okay, 602, 617. That's the problem because what's happening, just 10 seconds ago was 614, 617 on the bid ask. But, it's really tough for me to commit to something like that the bid can get yanked. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue screen, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, this DCTH is on the move here. All right, DCTH on the move here, guys. And this could go. Let's take a look again. I remember I did see this before. Checked on the monthly chart, or did I? Yeah, I think I had to go back to, was this the one about 4 years ago? Yeah, 4 years ago. 1024, 1024, that high right there. Yeah, December of 2021. So about not quite 4 years ago, it's approaching that high. Announces positive incomes from independent study on hepatic perfusion. Wow. Okay. Oops. And again, what I'm showing there, that is my news feed from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Give me one moment. Okay, guys. No, we don't have forex, Colleen. Only stocks. So it's a question we get asked a lot. We don't do futures. We don't do forex. Just stocks. Well, this DCTH. I mean, the longer it holds over 10, what's the float in it? Yeah, it's a pretty low float, 20.5 million in the float. Okay. Oh, I don't know, Colleen. Yeah, I've never traded forex. I mean, without sounding trite, I mean, obviously, just do a Google search. Okay, I've never traded forex. I'm sure if you do a search, you'll probably get lots of information about forex charts to pull up. Okay, I do see this JBDI. It did. I don't want it to happen right now, though. I want it to be later on in the day. JBDI, and it just got halted. It just got halted. Let's see now. So this is the halts resumes from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here, there's your halt price. This column is showing you where it could open, and you'll notice that this number fluctuates. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Okay, guys, I'm back. Man, this DCTH is just doesn't want to really. I mean, it's trying to hold 10, but all right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to have to put my price alert again for the DCTH. A little bit over 12. I'm sorry, over 12, over 10, and see if it takes it out again. Okay. Oops. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these ones that are moving down, the large cap losers. Okay, large cap losers. See what's happening with them, the RDFN. Now, with the market doing this, with the market doing what this is doing right now, which is putting on a big surge, um, you could see some of these. Yes, they're moving down a little bit, but they could be bounce plays now. You know, if they have not, unless there's some specific news, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe they have some bad news specifically to it. A lot of these could turn into nice bounce plays, especially if the market keeps doing this. This is a big, big move now. All right, so Colleen, you know that you have to, you know that you have to assign. Well, obviously, you probably do know. Let me bring up the Brokers Plus chart or the Brokers Plus screen. So you know you have to assign one strategy to your long situation or to your buy, and one if you want to short, one to your sell. Do you know that? Okay, so they're not grayed out. Now, I have no idea why. I mean, it's all to do with your strategy, you know, edit your trading strategy. Of course, I did not create it. You must have created your trading strategy. A zero limit amount. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, it'll be impossible for me to know why that's happening for you, you know, but you have created your own strategy with your own entry time, your order details, right? I don't use the buy and sell, okay? I just trade from within trade ideas. Yeah, what stop are you using? How far away is your stop? So how far away is your stop on your strategy? So when you take a trade, where is your stop? A 5% trailing stop. Okay. Well, tell you what, I can help you, but Chris could probably help you. Okay. He has a lot more experience with it than I do. So he'll probably have to take a look at your order entry. So all you have to do is click on help, click on sorry, help, and see where it says send files to support. So he can take a look at it. I don't know why it's reacting that way for you. And just also send an email referring to the fact that you sent in a help or sent in your files to support and what the problem is. So then Chris can take a look at it to see what might be going on. Okay. You're talking about a 5% trailing stop. I wasn't aware. I mean, I know people ask about trailing stops all the time. I guess you can do it, but I wasn't a Chris will be able to tell you. I know some of you are watching FFIE, guys. This is actually looks like it's trying to trigger in that scan. Now let me see if it will trigger because we do have some. Yeah, it won't trigger. Relative volume is too low. Well, guys, I'm just looking. I'm just trying to find something that is somewhat interesting. I mean, I like the DCTH. I mean, it's just got to get over 10, like 1020. I think if it gets 1020 on the bid, it could start to move, but it's just is sort of stuck here. I did see HIMS in the pre-market actually. Yeah, I saw that move down. This is on the daily. I'm sorry. In right here, I saw this move in the pre-market down for HIMS. If there's any news on this one, HIMS. Ah, yes, I did see this news about Lilly. So Eli Lilly launching the single dose vials of weight loss drug. So that has affected all the other, HIMS is one of them. So this is really so this has affected HIMS and probably the other obesity sector drugs. Interesting. So they sent cease and desist letters to the US healthcare providers earlier this month to stop promotion of compounded versions of its weight loss and diabetes drugs, which is what HIMS offers, I guess. Okay, guys, in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Michael will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Man, Vox has been all over the place. Okay, with the market moving down like this, let's take a look at some of these large cap losers and see if there's anything moving down that might be interesting. CLSK moving down. There's a so now the Dow is negative, Nas is mildly positive, Dow is mildly negative. SPY is up just a little. No, okay, this could be interesting. WBA, this is an all-time low. Okay, WBA is an all-time low, down through 10. Okay, so it's down through that. I consider that a hugely psychological number to get through. So it's down through 10, all-time low. This is, oh man, this is that Walgreens. Of course, we don't have them in Canada, but this has been just. I mean, look at the monthly chart on this. Let me back this out a bit. I mean, this was a $40 stock, $41 stock, maybe even higher, $53 stock. I'm going back a few years, but I mean, this is just getting absolutely trashed now. WBA, come on, DCTH. Now hold that 10 level at least. Oh, look at ADXN, guys. ADXN just took a little pop here. ADXN. ADXN just took a little pop right here. Okay, a little bit of volume coming in. I still have this feeling that if it can get, maybe even get up to the 12 level and hang around between 12 and 13 for maybe a couple of hours, and then later on in the day, if it takes out this, starts moving later on, meaning, 1:30, 2 o'clock Eastern time, it could just roar right through that high because this is what traders like myself anyway are looking at, this massive. Well, this gap right here, okay, up to 20. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that's what I'd be looking at. Hey guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, kind of a little bit choppy action now in the SPY, guys. We've had this move down, maybe a move right back up. So Trib is, this is an AI alert, 278. I mean, it's an okay. Would say it's the easiest thing to have traded. Very choppy. The high up here is 345. What did it get to? Got to 330. So ALZN, guys, ALZN. Here's another one that's starting to move. Got hammered down this day. This day meaning the 19th. Not that long ago. I don't really remember this, but trying to bounce off a little bit on this low here. All right, DCTH. If it gets maybe a bit of 1020 or so, maybe that'll settle it down a bit. So Pepe, are you? I know you're around. I think you're around and feeling better. All right, DCTH, are you ready to go now? Excellent. Okay. So you know what I've been doing to really calm my computer down is just deleting the browsing data every now and then. I don't think you guys can hear anything now. Yesterday was torturous for me. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. Also Chromium, but Chromium comes back, just delete, like ending the task, but just periodically going in and just deleting the browsing data. I think what happens is, well, I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but anyway, I just thought I'd pass that on because yesterday I say was torturous for me. The computer was making all sorts of noise. It's doing nothing now. I was thinking of going to Edge, but then I read a whole bunch of stuff about it saying, didn't seem to make any difference. I'm going to stick with this right now, though, just periodically, just going and deleting the browsing data because maybe within trade ideas it's doing all this. I don't know. I don't know enough about how this program works, but all right, guys, it is now 11:29. So in about, look at this stupid DCTH is mhm. Hello, fellow engineer. All right, guys. What was the one I was looking at before? MRM. I don't think it triggered. I just don't think it triggered. MRM. Better not have. No, see, didn't trigger. Look at that blue line still staring at me. Did not trigger. So, engineer, what sort of trading experience do you have? Can you read charts? You know how to read charts and all that? Okay, well, day trading for me anyway, because that's what I do. It's all about finding the stocks that are trading abnormally, right? And the the number one way we do it is by looking at the relative volume. So I don't know if you can see my chart, my pointer. I'm pointing at the relative volume right there for MRM as an example. It is 18. That means it's trading 18 times normal up to this time of day, as an example. So the whole key thing is finding the stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, just because the stock is trading abnormally doesn't necessarily mean it's going to. Okay, so that's one way. I would probably on all my scans have maybe a minimum of three. Okay, relative volume. But again, just because a stock is trading abnormally volume-wise doesn't absolutely mean it's going to go in the direction you want it to. But what it does is it narrows the number of stocks that you have to look at, in a significant way. The other thing is, what sort of a trader do you want to be? Excuse me. Do you want to be? I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. No, I know day trading, but then there are, within the day trading universe or community, there are people who hate to look at stocks that are near the high or the low of the day. They want to see stocks that have pulled back maybe to a certain level, maybe to the VWAP or to a moving average that they like. Well, you can try some of my scans and see what you think. Okay, most of my scans are all going to be triggered with a high of the day or the low of the day if you're looking to go short. So you can try some of my scans and how to find my scans. So, for instance, here's a scam that I call momentum. Okay, but again, just because we get the alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. But if you say you've got some experience reading charts, then at least that's a start. But if you click on my homepage link and then you scroll down, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. wonder how long I've been muted. I can't remember how long I've been muted. Did you hear me at all, engineer? No. Oh, okay. Sorry. I had myself on mute. All right. So let me start again. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, first thing you should do is do the get started. Okay, that's the very first thing you should do. Click on my homepage link and scroll down until you see the get started. And there are 10 short videos. And your download and install, your first startup and login. Very important though, the introduction to scans, topless windows and alert windows. You have to know what these are. Okay, right there, Barry's homepage, right underneath where you just posted where it is, right there. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. It'll be right at the top. Right at the top. Just scroll down until you see the getting started. That's the first thing you should do because it goes over all the basic things of trade ideas, but important introduction to scans, topless windows and alert windows. You have to understand what these are. And then also, you want a little more detail about that. If you scroll down on my homepage, click on the education section, click on the user guide. This is a lot more detail about what an alert window is and what a topless window is, okay? Now, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. It's like any other software program. There's a ton of information. Yeah, I don't have to learn everything. All right, finally, DCTH, maybe it's on the way now, guys. Now, what I was saying earlier, if you didn't hear me at all, if you want to be a day trader, an intraday trader, the whole idea is then to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So you must have heard me then when I talked about the relative volume. I think I was talking about the relative volume. Yeah, momentum. Yeah, well, this is a momentum scan right here. Okay, this is a momentum scan right here. But like any other scan that I have or people create, it doesn't mean just because you get an alert, you just file into the trade. You have to understand, okay, is it too extended to take the trade right now? Is it like 10, 15-minute candles straight up? You know, so I mean, but you say you understand how to read charts. But the other thing you can do is you can practice in our simulator, okay? Before you start doing any of this, you should practice in our simulator. And all you have to do is click on New from the toolbar and click on Brokerage Plus, and you'll see something like this, okay? And all you have to do now, it may say, whoops, you go. It may say, let me disconnect. So when you load Brokerage Plus, it'll probably say not connected, okay? When you click on the positions tab, not connected. And underneath Brokerage Plus, you'll see there are two options, live and simulation. Click on sim. Okay, when you do that, it should change to paper trading. Now you can practice trading. Okay? And it's pretty simple to do. You just click on an alert. You click on an alert, and the symbol shows up. Now you can pick how many shares you want, either from the drop down or a specific number of shares. So if you see something that you would have thought, okay, maybe I would like to trade that one, how would that work? Maybe you've got some kind of you're looking at my momentum scan or something else that you create on your own. And now you should practice though. Because again, it's super simple. If I wanted to take this one right now, 400 shares, 115, 118. I mean, it's not terrible. So I click on buy, send. and now I'm in the trade. Okay, now you can practice. Well, it's not so much copying my layout. You can have the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, that's it. So if you want these four, then just go to my home page, and they're all there. Okay, clicking on my homepage link and scroll down. The reason I don't have a giant layout that I share is because not everybody wants everything. So you should know how to load. I mean, that's part of the understanding how to use trade ideas. But I mean, if you click here on the scan section that I got, you can see I am displaying these two races right here. Okay, right up here. Large cap losers from the start of the race. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. These two here. I'm sharing another one. I'm not displaying it. This is the halts resumes is right over here. This is the momentum scan is here. And then this is the upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay. So these are the four. And as far as the charts are concerned, I mean, you probably have your own idea about what price or what time frames you want. Okay. Is what I like to see doesn't have to be what you like to see in terms of time frames. But before you do anything, you better practice, okay? It's not about having my layout and just, taking it. I mean, you can have, I think what you really want to be able to do is take a look at this momentum scan and just see what it's giving you, the types of things that it's looking at. Yeah, unfortunately, there are really no shortcuts, engineer. I mean, you do have to practice trading, okay? And- Well, okay. I mean, I'm glad you've watched a lot of the videos, but it's one thing to watch the video and think you have an idea. And there's another thing, once you start trading live, when you see your P&L, floating up and down, it becomes it really becomes, it's a matter of managing your emotions, having the discipline to have a stop and obey your stop, things like that. Well, again, trade ideas is a tool, okay? It's not going to teach you how to trade. It's a tool, and you can generate the ideas using the scans. Okay, I work from home also. You too. Okay, guys, it is now 11:46, so in about 14 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so, I will be taking a break. Michael Nellis at Trade Ideas will take over from me in our YouTube room. You're welcome. Okay, guys. I was watching, I hope this DCTH starts to run a little bit more. NITP, I don't think I've seen the NITP. Has it been showing up anywhere here? Don't think so. So what is it, under a dollar, NITP? And the answer is, oh, NITO, not NITP, NITO. Okay. Yeah, so it's under a dollar. So yeah, that's why I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I mean, with 2.8 million in the float, 60 up 69%, huge volume, 18 million. One day I'll take one of these. All right, guys, 11:50. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put the YouTube link into the main room. So Michael's not there quite yet, but sometimes I forget to do it. So here's the YouTube link. Michael will be there in about 10 minutes. So if you want a lot more information about GoNoGo, etc., you can go over to YouTube. It's your chance to grill him about GoNoGo. Boy, guys, I'm just not seeing a ton of continuation in the things I'm looking at. The best one that I could have taken but didn't because I just thought it was a little too choppy at the beginning, that came from that scan. The Go Momo 3 minute was the PDD, but it unfortunately it just chopped around a little bit to me for me. So I didn't have the confidence enough to take it, but I had the alert right there, $99. So it's at 95.84 now. And this is almost, I think, at yesterday's low. Yesterday's low was 95.66. So yeah, look at this. It's almost at yesterday's low. And I'm talking about the PDD, had the terrible day yesterday on earnings. Well, I mentioned the WBA earlier, guys. I mean, this is how far underneath 10? Not that much further underneath 10. Again, all-time low now. All-time low for WBA. You know, this similar web, SMWB, has been on a pretty nice run ever since it got above the 200-day moving average. Here's SMWB. Ever since it got above the 200-day moving average, it has gone from, in a couple of weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks, from 7 to 938. Not a bad move. Okay, guys, so I'm still here, of course, but I want to put my announcement in. Boy, GCT. Remember we used to see this one every single day for a while, GCT. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. You'll see what I'm talking about. This had a huge move. Yeah, got up to what, $45. That was back in March. It might even got higher. No, I guess not. No, yeah, it did. I remember this. This is back in 2022 though, but nonetheless, back in March, this was a $45 stock. Cut in half. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Lumo. Wasn't this one from yesterday that we saw? LUMO. Yeah, it's had a double in about a couple of weeks from 2 to 4. LUMO. The high this week was 443, obviously yesterday. Not really, Eric. It's so in its infancy. I really don't. I mean, I think the idea is on a heat map or a tree map, there'll be the top three symbols will be highlighted. But I kind of wish they hadn't talked about it because it's still in its infancy. But if you have the tree map, like if I had a tree map, I don't have a topless window, but I had a tree map, on the tree, the reason I don't have a tree map, I may try again, but it was really slowing down my system. But the tree map, you'll notice there are always going to be three stocks at the top. And those three will be the ones that really focus on trading. Okay, that's kind of what it's all about. Yeah, so I mean, here this is not going to look good, but if I created show the tree map of here, oops. But these will be, this is not a momentum. This is just earnings. Okay, my earnings plays, so it's not a big momentum mover. But yeah, if you had the three, you'd have three in the positive. Those are the ones that you'd be wanting to trade. The problem as I see it though, is that when a stock falls out, you get out of it and then another one comes in. So, I don't know how many times, stocks are going to come in and out of that. I mean, because it happens all the time. I just don't have a tree map up and running. It'll be interesting, but I'm whether it's going to be a money machine or not, we'll have to see. You could do it right now. You could take the top three in your own top list window that you like to follow, and you can trade them in theory. All right. Well, I'm waiting for Michael. And I heard a little pop. Okay, Michael, just give me one moment. Okay, guys. So Michael is in our YouTube room right now. I'll see you guys in about an hour at 1:00. I put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael right now. And so I'm muting myself now in the main room. Michael.
Barry.
Michael.
How are things?
Not bad, not bad. Talking about our scan, it's working in that it's picking up. I mean, it's working as designed. I mean, I guess that's on the plus side in terms of finding the scan. Okay, finding the setup. There's no discrepancies there. The only thing I'm finding though is that I don't know if it's the nature of this market that we're in. I'm just not seeing a lot of follow through on anything. And so I don't think we should just, dismiss it. But right now, I'm just not finding a lot of trend in when we're getting the alerts. Now, the interesting thing was that very first day that you showed me what it could look like, and I think there were 16 stocks between 9:30 and noon, and I think 12 of them all had a great trend for some reason, and I don't know what's happened since that day. So,
well, it could have been BS luck that one day, right? It could have been the market is kind of less volatile right now just because we got a holiday long weekend, and right, if you look at the SPY over the last 3 days, hasn't really moved, right? Or it could be because we've been playing a game where it's like, okay, why didn't it pick up this one? And every time we've done that, we've been loosening up the scan, right? So that first
Michael,
day,
your mic, I think you might have to switch mics.
All right, 1 second here. Should be working. Hold on.
Well, it's working, but you don't sound as impressive as you normally do, and it seems to not cutting out, but it just seems a little, at least on my end. Maybe the rest of the people in YouTube can answer whether or not you
Let
sound. Yeah, thank
me.
you, Pepe, saying you're fading in and out.
All right, what about this? I just cranked up the gain. Is that better?
Mm,
Very well.
not really.
We could try my.
I mean, it's passable, but I mean, you're above passable now.
Is this better?
Keep talking.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Maybe a little better.
No. What about? What's our last chance?
Maybe now he's muted himself. I think he's actually muted himself. He's probably switching back and forth, and he's probably accidentally muted himself. I mean, it wasn't terrible. I mean, I know you guys could hear him, but normally it's so crisp.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's try that. Is that better?
Listen, Michael, it's passable. I don't. It's just
Okay.
as Pepe says, it's not your usual sound quality, but I mean, it's passable.
All right. Interesting. All right. Well,
Mhm.
Google Chrome did an update the other day. I wonder if that could have messed something up. I'll take a look at it
Possible.
before the next one.
You know what you might want to do? I mean, I'm sure it's not the reason, but because this is what happened to me. It was grabbing my AirPods. And if you go to settings in StreamYard, can you see my screen, or have you taken over?
I can switch over. Yeah.
Okay, well, go to settings in StreamYard
Okay.
and go to the audio.
Yeah.
And what mic do you have? Is it your Elgato mic?
Yeah. No, it says it's using the right
Okay,
one.
all right. Well, because
Mic
what happened to me
volume.
last week is that it had literally taken over it, and people are hearing me through my AirPods.
What about
It
this
was
now?
terrible.
Does this sound any better?
No,
I'm just playing. There's a mic volume slider in the settings.
it's not so much your volume; it's the quality, I guess. It's not, you can
Oh,
have low volume and sound good, but it's sort of the quality. Listen, people can hear you. Okay, I just wanted to,
all right.
because if you were doing one of your your major interviews, I think you'd want to sound better.
Yes. Now, none of those have ever used StreamYard, but
Now that sounds
yeah,
better.
I'll take a look at it.
That sounds better.
Okay. There was
Okay.
the only thing I did is there's a stereo audio button inside of StreamYard. I've clicked that. I
Okay.
don't know
I think that sounds
what
better.
difference that makes. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, it'll do for now.
Okay, Michael, I'll leave you now. And again, I'm not certainly not giving up on the scan. It's just maybe the nature of the market we're in, and I'm just going to stick with it.
Okay. Well, again,
Okay.
more feedback.
Okay.
More feedback, the better.
Yep. Okay.
All
We'll see you
right.
in about an hour.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, we're opening up the room to some much needed time off for Barry, and we're going to answer any questions you have about trade ideas or trading. One interesting thing about that kind of conversation with Barry was talking about how this is the reason, personally, why I believe the holy grail as much as one could do it. There is a holy grail of trading, is multiple strategies, right? We're working on a scan and a little strategy with GoNoGo, and there was a couple days last week where it was working fantastically, and then we opened it up, we loosened up the filters to try to let in more scans, and that looks like that might be having an overall negative negative effect. It's probably better it's one of those things, always a fine line between, do I miss setups in return for having a very tight scan, right, that only gives me the best of the best that I think? Am I okay with missing something and looking back later in the day and saying, hey, this thing, rocketed without me? Or is it better to do the opposite of, I want to let in everything or more things, and then, do some sort of filtering either by eye or with some sort of other indicator or chart or whatever. And that's just kind of personal preference. I'm one as more of a systematic style trader, where I'm more on the camp of I'd rather trade many times but smaller, as opposed to trading less frequently but larger. But yeah, it just shows that if it is the fact that the market's just not working, is just not conducive to this particular setup right now, again, it shows why multiple setups, I think, is as best as you can the whole, as close as you can, other than the whole obvious adage that risk management is the holy grail of trading. I think having multiple strategies, multiple systems, multiple time frames, multiple whatever, that's as good as you can get, in my opinion. And that's just because when one thing's working, another one's doing fantastically, and kind of vice versa. So it's why I do a lot of scanning for relative strength, and I'll either buy breakouts or pullbacks or that kind of thing. So a lot of that different games happen. So yeah, just going over the market while I kind of wait for questions. And not a lot going on. And I did a tweet the other day. I did a tweet yesterday, the day before, essentially just saying that this is kind of what I would expect and what I would want to see as someone who is holding a lot of stocks and is bullish the market, to be bullish the market, right? The fact that we're just having, bring out my Epic pen here, and we had this major sell-off, and this is kind of what I've been talking about for a while, and then we had this massive pop back up, and the fact that we're kind of resting here and we're consolidating through time, or even if we had even some more choppier action or some sort of a pullback, I think that's kind of exactly what you want to see if you're bullish, right? The worry that I had is that we were just going to rip through these all-time highs, and then that would have been a little bit of a fake out. But this sideways consolidation is, again, it's annoying if you're someone who's looking for volatility in order to trade, but it's amazing if you're somebody who is just waiting, and you're okay with waiting, and you're okay with picking your moment, because it's just showing that the market is building up energy, right? And one way you can look at that is if you just grab, I don't know, any overbought, oversold indicator. Right? When we get overbought, there's two ways to resolve an overbought condition. So we were overbought kind of right here on the SPY, and you can see we just chopped sideways for a week or two and then continued to new highs. And even back here, we just chopped sideways for a period of time, a little bit of a pullback. That resolved the overbought condition, and then again rallied through time. So not saying that that's what's happening here, but it certainly could be, where we could have popped up, got a little bit overbought, consolidate for a period of time, and then push higher, right? So it's better, in my opinion, than the alternative, but I think there's a couple things going on that's making us chop around like this. One is we have a holiday next week, right? So we have Labor Day, and it's kind of ceremoniously, I guess for lack of a better term, the end of the summer. A lot of people will take, it's the last week in the summer. They will take that last week of a vacation, and they will go on vacation for that, right? You could take this week off and have an extra day on Monday, or you could take next week off and only take 4 days, right? All that kind of stuff. But when you get these holiday weeks, especially in summer, it makes perfect sense that we get a little bit of slow action and not a lot of craziness going on, which just is to say, if you're someone who's trading actively and you see that there's nothing going on, don't push it, right? That's the biggest deal out there, right? Don't go crazy. And the other thing I think that's happening a bit, that's why I brought up Nvidia here, is we have Nvidia earnings tomorrow, and I think that's going to be a pretty big deal. More impactful than this Jackson Hole thing that everyone was talking about and ended up doing absolutely nothing. Right, which day was it? Was it this one? That was Jackson Hole that everyone... No, it was this one right here that everyone freaked out about and absolutely nothing occurred. The reason I think Nvidia is so important is, A, the weighting of the S&P 500, which we can easily look up if we just go SPY weightings. So yes, Nvidia is 6% of the S&P 500, but if you look at a lot of, Nvidia being kind of the poster child for the AI trade, if you take a look at a lot of this other stuff, well, you have Apple, and that would have to do with the AI trade, and you've got Microsoft, and you have Meta. You have a lot of these names that are going to be even Broadcom. A lot of these, so maybe 10% of the index is going to be affected based off what happens. So we have 32% technology in the SPY. And if you look at the SMH, Nvidia, I think, is 20% of the entire SMH is Nvidia. So you have semiconductors that have been the leaders of this market, and then you have Nvidia, which is by far the leaders of the semiconductors, and you have the relative weakness that's happening here. Like, look at semiconductors versus their old high here. And then look at something like financials, breaking out to new highs. Great day for financials, even though the market's not doing anything. A lot of things are moving, which are not these semis. This, we'll do one of those, right? So we have this clean $44 base break. So with Nvidia tomorrow and a long weekend on the horizon, I do think we're going to be in for a bit of a choppy, lower volume week. You can see the relative volume right now in the SPY is 0.75, so it's doing, it's doing only 75% of normal volume today, which is fine, right? It means it's time to do the other work of trading, the work that is not buying and selling securities necessarily, but the work that is building plans, refining plans, testing things, reading, writing, journaling, all that kind of stuff. That's what I spend my time doing when the market's less than interesting, kind of the way it is now. Burke B. I remember I did a tweet a long time ago where I showed, may even have been like back in this area, I think, when I did Burke versus ARKK, and a lot of people got real mad at me trying to defend Cathie Wood, but man, just an absolute free fall. And then you got good old Buffett just continuing to grind. I think Cathie is now the largest wealth destroyer in human history as a fund manager. She has destroyed more individuals' wealth than anything. Let's see what's going on. But other than that, there's not really a whole lot going on in the individual market today. I'm just kind of scrolling through my list here. We have insurance and financials doing well. We have, what do we have on the worst performing sectors? Ooh. MSOS, or the cannabis ETF, down 10%. Got to be some news there. We have WGMI, which is Bitcoin miners, just collection of Bitcoin miners. It's down 5%. Right, Bitcoin down as well. So Bitcoin and weed down. It's not a good day to be a bro. Right, that's for sure. I just saw there, what was it, BITZ or BITC? BITX? Yes. They've come out, if you're a real degen, there is a 2 times long and a 2 times short Bitcoin ETF. So if you didn't think that Bitcoin was volatile enough, there wasn't enough juice in Bitcoin, you can trade these leveraged ETFs now. And I read something today that the NYSE, or the NASDAQ, I think it is going and petitioning the SEC for Bitcoin options. So very soon, you'll be able to trade options on your double leveraged Bitcoin ETF. What could go wrong? But that being said, for trading vehicles, they're kind of interesting because they're, 2 times strategy, 3.6 million shares today. That's enough. It's all right. You're gonna get tons of action if that's what you're after. But again, it just seems a little bit wild to me. You get enough volatility for day trading or for very short-term trading, go nuts. But I just always worry about trading these vehicles on a 24-hour market, right? You're trading something that closes at 4 Eastern every day for something that's traded at 24/7, 365. So you take, you buy your double leveraged long Bitcoin, and then all of a sudden Bitcoin gets cut in half over the weekend, which obviously can happen. It's happened before. What happens to your double leverage long Bitcoin play after you've been trading it for that long? So it seems a bit wild. Do you know whether security issues get to decide whether their securities will be optionable? In most cases, it's very specifically volume requirements. It is, you have to show that your security. There are some other, I think price matters. I think market cap. There's like a whole list of things that people have to go through. Bitcoin is a bit of a special beast because it's these Bitcoin ETFs are a completely new instrument on what is a relatively new asset class. So the SEC is always terrified. Like, it's very easy to understand why they've been very slow with the ETFs, and then now they're going to be slow with the options behind them. Is they're just always worried about some sort of catastrophic blow up that costs people millions and millions of dollars, and then they have to hear about it, even though, right, it's one of those, if you're trading options or ETFs on Bitcoin, you should know the risk and be sizing it accordingly. But in most cases, especially when it comes to individual securities, it's mainly to do with liquidity. You need to make sure that there's enough liquidity that a market maker has any kind of wherewithal to trade in something like that. It's one of the reasons why you'll find that most of these junky kind of fly-by-night companies don't have a lot when it comes to options. It's generally more established and larger securities, because again, there's a market cap component, which is a liquidity kind of a filter in and of itself, right? If you're a $100 billion company, the odds of you going away tomorrow is way less than if you're a $10 million company. Right? You could disappear and no one would know or care. So it has a lot to do with that. But I don't think Apple could wake up tomorrow and just say, hey, we don't want options on our stock anymore, and just shut it down. So I think it has more to do with just this rule set. Plus, I can't see a reason that anybody wouldn't want options on their stock, because you got to remember, for a company, and this is why it was hilarious when every company in the world was coming out and saying, oh, we have these naked shorts and they're the one that's screwing up our stock. That to me was just hilarious, because the only time in which the price of a company matters is if the people within the company want to sell it, or if the company itself wants to sell the security to raise money. Right? There's never a time in which, like Apple, for example, doesn't really care about the price of its security, right? It's used as a weighing mechanism for the CEO, Tim Cook, and it also, he's going to get paid a lot in stock options, so that he's personally incentivized to raise the price of it. But you never hear about a good company complaining about its security price, right? And the reason for that is that it only matters if the CEO or someone within the company wants to sell, or if the company itself has to raise money, right? So, you take AMC. AMC cares about the price of its stock because it's hemorrhaging money. So it needs to constantly sell securities to retail in order to make money, right? So that's why the CEO will grumble from time to time about shorts. But Apple, right, you'll never hear them say, oh, it's, even if Apple were to drop 50% tomorrow, you'll never hear Tim Cook come on and say, right, oh, this is XYZ company that's ruining our lives, blah, blah, blah. And it's because they have $61 billion just sitting there in cash. They don't need to go, and they're also a credit-worthy company, so they never need to issue securities. They're buying securities back. So I hope that makes sense. Basically, yeah, it's liquidity. The more liquid your security, the more liquid your underlying options will be. But Bitcoin options will be interesting. I know that there'd be some people out there who would just like to sell volatility, which I think could be the move on something like Bitcoin that really has a very distinct habit of doing nothing very, very frequently, and then periodically doing something very interesting, right? So Bitcoin spends most of its life just consolidating sideways and not doing anything. And then it has these insane moves, either up or down, that usually happen over very short periods of time. And those insane moves that happen over a short period of time make up all of Bitcoin's performance. I read something somewhere that talked about how if you missed I think it was the 10 best weeks in Bitcoin, your returns were negative, because right, all of the performance in Bitcoin happens in these short bursts, and then nothing happens for a long period of time. So that creates an interesting options dynamic where you can take bets on nothing occurring, and then you can take bets on a lot of things, right? So you could take a bet on a breakout and buy some call options, and if it does an explosive move, then you can make a whole lot of money off it. But conversely, when Bitcoin's doing nothing, you could do things like sell butterflies or iron condors or something like that, and probably collect a lot of income. And then lastly, it'd be very interesting for the people out there who are just long-term hodlers, right? They want to own Bitcoin. They think it's going to change the world and be the new currency of the future or something. Having something like options where you could generate income off of that when it's in these periods where it's not doing anything, that is also something that makes a lot of sense, right? If you own, $100,000 worth of Bitcoin, when options come out on these Bitcoin ETFs, depending on collateral requirements and all that kind of stuff, you could probably make 20, 30K a year simply selling a portion of that portfolio in options and just selling that kind of over and over and over again. So, it's going to be interesting if and when they get those. But again, options always something I want to play more with, but I need to have a better understanding on everything. The main point and idea behind options is that you can understanding the movement of the security is still paramount. You need to be right on direction, of course. The things that you can do with options are very interesting in the fact that you could, for example, I just brought up this lunar because I picked up a little bit yesterday on this pullback. Let's say, for example, my bet is simply that this gap's going to hold. I don't know if it's going to skyrocket. I don't know if it's going to, go up a bit, but maybe my bet is just that, hey, I don't think it's going to drop under $4. If lunar, which I don't know if it is, was optionable and those options were liquid, I could simply write put options where I profit off that bet of, I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know if it's going to go up, but I just know that I don't think it's going to go down. And you can make a bet based off of that, or you can do any number of all kinds of these unusual bets on different securities. And then there's just the leverage options, right? Just the leverage ability of to say, you know, when the rare time that I do buy options, I buy enough that if the option is to going to zero, that's within my risk tolerance, right? I never buy a call option and expect to be able to sell it if the security goes against me, and kind of build all of those. It's kind of, right, so for example, we could use this Lunar for example as well. If I were just to buy a $5 call here, I would buy enough that I would expect either I'm going to make on that option, you know, 200, 300, 400% return, or I'm going to lose it all, right? I wouldn't. So you take that, whatever you risk, let's say 1% of your account. Let's say you have a $100,000 account, just to make the math easy, and you're risking 1% of your account on any given trade. So you're risking $1,000 off any given trade. So you would just buy $1,000 worth of Lunar calls, and basically what would happen is you would either probably make 2, 3, 4 grand if this thing, you know, ended up doing very well, or you'd lose $1,000, and that's right in your risk tolerance. And that's a benefit of call options as well, that if you were to do that, you don't care if Lunar goes to $4 or if it goes to zero, right? Because your options are already priced in. Will there be more option scans in the futures? Well, we got all kinds of option scans, just depending what you're after. Now, individual option contracts for individual securities, I don't believe so, but we can scan for stocks that are doing relatively high options volume already. Because, like I mentioned, knowing the exact option contract traded doesn't provide a lot of value, because you still have to guess the direction of the underlying security, right? You know, it's unusual options. We have this channel right here. Right. You still have to be right on direction. You can't sell a put and have the stock tank, and you can't sell a call and have the stock rally, right? So these are stocks right here that have been doing large, unusual option activities, right? So this GOTU has been doing 150% normal option volumes. BMO, Bank of Montreal, 300% option volume on this name. Now, often, I would say probably 100% of the time, you are going to have option volume increase line up with regular volume increase. Because what you have to understand, what option market makers do, you know, if the people wearing tinfoil hats, right, cover your ears, options market makers, or market makers in general, never take a bet on the direction of the security. So if you're buying an option, that is getting almost immediately offset in the stock price. So very rarely will you see, again, I would say never, a massive increase in options trading with you know, a lower than frequent stock volume, right? So if you're getting an increase in stock volume, you're definitely getting an increase in options volume, and vice versa. So those two are kind of linked. So you could very easily take any scan that exists in Trade Ideas, and you could just go and, like, if we configure these, right, they all have options volume happening, right? So you could say, you could go to any scan out there, and you could put in that contracts today traded, and as long as you put a 1 in the minimum column, then you at least you're going to know that stock is optionable, right? So GRWG, this one's selling off on unusually high options volume. So security will be increasing. Yes, if someone comes in and buys, a couple $1 million worth of options, well, that's immediately getting offset in the stock for a couple $1 million worth of stock volume, right? So that's, you never get one without the other. It was one of the reasons too that we had back in the day, this is way back for people who don't know, we were actually paying StockTwits to pull their amount of mentions of a individual security from StockTwits into our system. So if something was mentioned on StockTwits, it's just like a Twitter clone for stocks. It's a cesspool. It's a complete cesspool. But what they do is it's Twitter where they talk about stocks. So we were pulling in how many mentions on average a stock got, and then we could alert for when that increased to say, hey, a lot of people are talking about this stock, a lot more people than prior. But this is actually one of the things I did. We ran this giant study over months where we looked at the amount of increase in message volume versus the amount of increase in relative volume, and it was 100% correlated, right? There was no one ever talked about a stock a lot, and then that stock wasn't already doing increased volume, right? It was the other way around, where the volume would come in first, and then the increased mentions of the stock would come in immediately after, right? So, you would see like little spikes of, something like Nvidia before earnings, maybe it gets talked about a little bit more, blah, blah, blah. But there was never a time where you'd get twice as much message volume in a stock, and there wasn't at least twice to 3 to 4 times as much relative volume. So just like with options, it became better and simpler and faster to just scan for these relative volume spikes. And instead of trying to, pull that data from StockTwits and then put it into the system and pay them for it and blah, 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 when I did this study, I'm like, we should just be scanning for relative volume. And it was the same with news. I did a very kind of complex study of what comes first, the relative volume spike or the news. And in like 99.99% of cases, the second the news hits the wire, there's so many algorithms and HFTs and all of this stuff that are trading it, that the volume was easier to interpret than the underlying security. So I guess at the end of the day, all of that just to mean, if you're looking for stuff that's going to move, just focus on relative volume. It's not like I broke the world with that. It was something that we already knew, but it's you follow these volume spikes, and then you just know. Like I can look it up. I can look at the news here, but I know this GRWG has some sort of news, and that news is bad. And I can look over here, and I can say, yeah, they got downgraded. And so the question is, do I need to know right away, like instantly, what that news is, or can I just look at this candle and the massive increase, 4 times normal volume, say, well, they came out with some bad news, and then research the news after the fact, because again, that volume just hits way faster. And there goes the Bank of New York, the Bank of Montreal, selling. Really not seeing a lot out there. We have weed and crypto getting hammered. We have financials doing well, and then we have Berkshire Hathaway doing okay. This Oxy is something I've got an eye on here. Right, this is just maybe think of it because of the whole Warren Buffett talk. This $56 area has been for the last while where Warren Buffett's been buying it, around $60. Energy as a whole with XLE has been looking pretty decent here. So I'm just watching if this holds and we kind of break the downtrend here. It's an interesting play if we go to like XLE. And we have this nice looking downward wedge. We've been holding up near highs. It's just been kind of consolidating, pushing sideways. So if we can get a pop up there, then I think Oxy might be my weapon of choice to express that. OXY. Well, and yeah, I guess to go back to our options talk, this is actually how Warren Buffett's been trading Oxy. I think I need to look back, but he's been selling put options. He's been, he's very famous in saying this, right? If he likes a stock at, because he's a value investor, right? So he picks his level. He say, okay, I think Oxy is worth $56, or I want to buy Oxy at $56 a share because that's the point that I believe that it is a bargain. So $56 a share, not at 60, not at 70, right? $56 a share. What he can do is he can go out there and he can sell put options for $56 a share. And then one of two things happens. One, the stock sells down through $56. He, just like if he had a limit order out, he would get filled at $56. But because he sold an option, he would make a little bit of premium, a little bit of money from that. Or Oxy never hits $56 a share and he continues to sell his put options there, and he just makes income. The fact that it can't get to his price would be unfortunate for him because he's obviously not in the business of making a couple bucks selling premium, but he can generate a little bit of income while he waits. So that's kind of one use, right? If you like a security at a certain price, instead of just putting out a limit order and waiting, you can sell a put option at that price. And then if it comes down to that put option and fills you, then great, you would have gotten filled there anyway if you had just put out a limit order and walked away. And then at the same time, if it doesn't get there, then you just made a few bucks. Right? So it ends up being an interesting way to get filled on the way down and then also on the way up, right? So you had some NVIDIA during this craziness, and you said, okay, well, I want to sell it when it hits $100, and you started just to sell call options at $100. Well, when it kind of gapped through here to 102, you probably would have been called away for your $100, but because you sold options, you would have generated a little bit of income. And then all through this period, when you're looking to sell it at $100 because it never got through $100 in here, you would have just been generating income and generating money, waiting for your opportunity to sell when and if it gets called away. So again, it's an interesting way to if you've got a price to enter securities, right? So like some things, I've been looking for, trying to see if we get a pullback on I don't know, this guy, for example. Right? One of the strategies I'm running, it's looking for pullbacks. So it's looking at around 550, right? So let's actually see. SOND options. It's at SOND options. Ticker. So if I were to sell a $5 put expiring is that 9/4/24/09/20, so the 20th of September at $5 a share, I could make $35 per contract. So if I sold, say I wanted to buy $5,000 worth of this sounder, this AI play, and I sold 10 options, then I would generate $350. And then two things would occur, right? Either would come back down to this price and it would ping me, and then I'd get filled at $5. Or it just continues to rocket and I would keep that $350. And then if it does come down to 5 and fill me, I have to put out my $5,000 to buy or the 10 contracts or the 1,000 shares of Sound, but I would keep that $350. So it would end up actually lowering my cost basis ever so slightly on this particular security. So again, it ends up being, it's not the primary use of options, but one thing that I always like to remind myself when talking about options is just that it's like 85% or something like that of all options expire worthless. So 85% of the time, the guy buying the option is wrong and the guy selling the option is right. And, using that as a little bit of a just using that statistic to say, okay, well, if I were to do that, if they're actually options are priced in, what is the delta? No, it's not listed here. You can see the delta on them if you actually have your broker open, the options broker, and it will tell you the probability that you're going to get filled. So you know that X percentage of the time you'll end up, making more.
Feed your dog.
No.
No, don't feed him. Okay.
Haven't done anything to deserve eating yet.
Oh, easy down, boy. Down, boy. Michael, take a look at MRM on a 3-minute.
GoNoGo, I'm assuming. MRM. MRN, right?
No, MRM.
Okay.
Okay, so I pointed this one out earlier. Yeah, the volume was too light, but the volume is fine now. The relative volume is fine now. I'm not getting an alert at 12:36. You can see the big orange bar, and then the next one is blue, and I'm not getting that alert.
Jeez, that might be. I think I have like a minimum amount of volume per candle. I would probably filter that out because this is done less. So like $500 changed hand on that candle. So that might be it.
So I didn't know you had a filter there like that.
Yeah, it's just my way to try to get rid of absolute junk.
Yeah.
Right? Things that just aren't like, even like this GTX, right? Technically, yeah. But right, this is a buyout. Mm-hmm. So how do I filter out? Not that it's a huge deal, but just that nothing's going on. Those kind of stocks, it's just junk.
Okay. I did not know you had a filter on the volume, and that's good. I mean, that's probably good. You want to see the move on some volume. But how did
I think it needs to be an average of 1,000 or 2,000 shares per 3-minute candle, I think.
Okay.
And I can change that. So, before you left, we were talking about, do we want to crank back up the filters here? Because that original scan I gave you had 250,000 average daily volume. It had 1 million shares traded that day, and I think it had a relative volume of 3 or 4. And then what we ended up doing is we ended up kind of paring that back to let in more trade setups. But I wonder if, that's just letting in more junk. I guess, it becomes a question of, do we want to, see only a few a day and have them be, probably, I would assume, if you did, 1 million shares traded today and 4 to 5 times relative volume, I would assume that the probability that those ones would be better and move more would increase. Yeah. But you're gonna have to be okay that you're gonna find some through some other scanning method that are 100% going to get missed. Yeah. The other way,
Michael, I would go back, and I actually think you had you probably had the relative volume at least 5. I think.
Yeah, I would have to. I could go back and look, but I saved all the different iterations that we did. So
let's go back to it then, okay? Because now the only one I might take out is the average volume, okay? But but with 1 million traded, okay?
Yeah, no, we'll try that. So 1 million that day. We'll remove the average 1 million that day, and then we'll crank the relative volume back up to 5, and just see. Now, I've talked to Dave about, because if we were going to do this and kind of treating this like an alert window, about some sort of like notification system that a new alert has come in. So like it flashing or something.
Right.
And he says that's possible, but it's like everything, right? Getting the dev work shifted there. The other thing that I may put out tonight just to see is using the same requirements, using the 5 relative volume and 1 million shares traded today, just bringing up that scan of at least 2 neutral bars in a row.
Yes.
Because I was actually looking at this one earlier today, this LUMN, right? If you look at the daily chart, this is one of those kind of high flyers. It's probably going on its way back to zero. Yeah. And it gapped down below a bunch of support today. And you can see kind of right here, it's 4 of these in a row. And then we've got this like resistance of 560 right overhead. So I would look at this and say, okay, well, if we can, break down under that indecision area, potentially, and then, look at what happens. So that's something else that I may add and just say, hey, this is, and we'll treat that more like a watch list. I'll probably sort it by relative volume. So that relative volume number is always on high. But yeah, it would simply be looking for, these are the stocks that have put in at least 2, if not more than 2, orange bars in a row.
Okay. Michael, also, when I was looking in the pre-market, there were some numbers for the relative volume. How are you generating those numbers?
Well, again, it's a different beast entirely, right? So because we have pre-market on, it's important to note that everything in the Market Explorer I'm recalculating by scratch. So where in the normal system, relative volume is only calculated based off of the volume traded during the day, right? During the actual open session, I'm calculating relative volume by the amount of volume that's being done on every candle, pre-market, post-market, everything.
Okay.
That's why the number in most situations will be the same, right? In a large majority of situations will be the same. But in some situations, it can certainly be be pretty dramatically different.
Right. Because if you're using whatever that number, okay, we're using relative volume of 5, but I know you're saying it's calculated differently because now we're getting pre-market relative volume. We are getting a pre-market relative volume number. I know it's calculated differently, but I guess, but I like it. I mean, in fact, had I got up a little bit earlier, but I didn't have shorts for it, there was one that was spectacular at the very beginning of the day. I think it was a Trib. It was one that just absolutely went down a lot. Might have been Trib, TRIB. I know it's an AI alert later on, but I think it might have been Trib early in the pre-market, TRIB.
Oh, yes, I see, because it alerted right here as it was breaking down this level. And yeah, from 360 just plummeted under $3.
Exactly. That was a really good one.
Yeah, because that's the thing is because the way this system works, right? And that's why I get yelled at when I build too many of these at once, is because every 30 seconds, it is every single one of these filter values is getting completely recalculated and rebuilt across all of the security types. So that's why it gives us this amazing flexibility. But what we pay for the amazing flexibility is it has to do all of that calculation every 30 seconds. So it is just crunching our servers just constantly, which again is why I have to walk this fine line of what can we build that is going to be useful and hopefully is going to make our clients money, and then bring in more clients, of course, and then what is what hits that server thing up. So the beauty of that is that I have the ability to track this. So like some of the I killed like 5 scans to be able to build this one because it's crunching so much more data, and nobody noticed, because I was able just to go into the back end and say, show me all of the scans that no one's looked at in the last 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. And those are the ones that I start to cut, so that I was able to reduce the server load they were taking and replace them with this. So that's why I think I'm going to have enough server load to do this other one as well. So I will work to do that today, or probably tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. So I'll be up Thursday.
I'm sorry. So tomorrow we'll still have the same GoMomo, or will it be the one that you had a few weeks ago?
No, I'm going to. Those are fairly simple changes, so I'm going to make those now, actually, and I'll have those. But all of this refreshes overnight when the server does all of whatever voodoo it does overnight. Yeah. So that should be good tomorrow to have the 5 relative volume and the 1 million shares a day traded. Okay. But then the one with the multiple bars, that will probably just have to wait a couple days.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's exciting. I mean, it's the good thing is that it absolutely nailed the patterns. So there's no issue there. It nailed the patterns. There wasn't one that I found that said, "Hey, wait a minute. Why is it showing this? It shouldn't be." The interesting thing sometimes is that it'll show it'll show the alert, and then sometimes the bar will change color. And then you'll know, okay, he's got to get back to that, say the blue color. I noticed a couple of times that happened. Not often, but a couple of times that happened. I was actually surprised because I thought the alert would have to happen on the close of the bar all the time, but evidently it doesn't.
No, it's every 30 seconds roughly. It's recalculating the math behind that.
So in 30 seconds, it sees a blue bar, like orange blue. You're going to get the alert, even if 2 seconds later that blue turned back into something else.
Yes, yeah, and that's an attempt to get it as quickly as possible, because if you did it the other way, which could be fine to do the other way, but what you're going to get is you're going to sometimes get these massive bars, like for example, this one right here would have only alerted like all the way down at this price, right, where you'd probably like to know, and you could probably speculate that this thing, as it's breaking $3, is unless it just spikes back dramatically at the end of the bar, is probably going to be a dark purple bar. If it's a dark purple bar here, right? And unless it spikes all the way back and closes at 315 or so, it's probably going to remain to be a dark purple bar.
Right. It doesn't happen. It hasn't happened that often that I've noticed, but I was intrigued that it would happen at all. Okay, Michael. Well, listen, thanks so much, and I'll look forward to the old scan tomorrow, and I'll definitely monitor it really closely.
Yeah, and keep giving feedback. It kind of
Oh
sucks
yeah.
that we have this day lag between when you notice something and when I change it, but we can continue to we try, if that relative volume makes it better, then maybe we start talking. Like, I could do things like the range of today has to be a certain amount, or,
Yep.
or whatever, like,
Yeah.
because I would love to get this to the point where it's if not, of course we'll never get everything that it's putting out being good, but if half of the time it gives a really good setup,
Oh yeah.
then that becomes an amazing feature for you guys, you day traders.
Especially if we're only going to get maybe 20 a day, okay, as
Yes.
opposed to 50, because
Yeah.
50 is too many. But you get 20 a day spread over the trading day, and if 10 are good, I mean that's that's gold.
Yeah. What else you need?
Exactly. Okay, my friend, I will take over now. The other room was wondering why am I not talking? So I'll
right.
get both rooms going right now.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Yeah, sorry, went a little overtime in our YouTube room. So just give me a moment and get my music going. One moment, just give me one more. There we go. And then, but I went a little over in our YouTube room. So, I feel like I have botched the DCTH trade. I mean, I made a little bit of money, but this just ticked me off, to be honest. I thought on this move here, it would hold around the 1040, 1050 mark and maybe have another move. Just didn't do it. So I got out, mid 1030s. I was in just over 1020, so made a little bit of money, but just not seeing a lot of follow through in a lot of things right now. However, look at that SOND. Holy smokes, SOND. Actually, I'm wrong. I forgot it was actually up to 1050 before. So it actually has had a, pretty decent drop now, SOND. I am still holding out for the ADXN for a late day move, guys. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm still kind of holding out a little bit. See if this, maybe this 1115, 1120 mark gets taken out. It's such a low float, and it had some news. News was obviously, well, the reaction to the news was very positive, of course, so far. So I'm still kind of holding out that maybe, what time is it now? 1 o'clock? Yeah, maybe later on, maybe half an hour from now, 2 o'clock, get some volume coming in, popping it through all that. And who knows, maybe making a challenge to the high of the day and beyond. So I added the relative strength leaders from the close here. This is on my homepage. Okay, I decided to add it. I really cut down the number of a number of symbols in it. I just want to see maybe the top 3 or 4, and that's it. I almost feel I should put a minimum. Just give me a moment. I want to put a. Yeah, no kidding. Big day tomorrow. Casa is pointing out NVIDIA earnings after hours tomorrow. That, of course, is the big one. Yeah, how did that go? The money supply, the 2-year note auction, obviously didn't devastate the market. Okay, so I saw Trib. My homepage, the Channel Trader. Okay, actually, I'll go over my homepage right now anyway, but I'll show you where you can find it. All right, clicking on my homepage link. So the question is, where do we find this one? The relative strength leaders from the close. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, scan section, and it's the one right down here. Now you'll have more in there. Okay, you will have more. I've cut it back to only, I think, 8. Okay, but I think when you load it, you can have up to 20 symbols. I've cut this back down to, I think, 8, maybe even 7. I really only want to see the top 3 or 4. Then I also, what I did, you might have seen me. What I did was I put the minimum price at 1. Up to you. I mean, this is a template that anybody can uses. You can adjust it to your style of trading, but there it is. Okay. So talking about my homepage again, here is a promo code you can have right now: 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. And as always, please use my promo code, because then that'll help to keep the room free. Room gets credit for the subscription. And if you do take it a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, getting down here, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. Key ingredients of trade ideas. New to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Series of videos, all free. Block of the day video that I do, it's free, of course. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. How is it doing, CXAI? And I know it did not trigger yesterday. I don't think, anyway. Yeah, so it did not trigger. I think the trigger was 265 or something like that. So it did not trigger yesterday. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just it's a non-event right now. So that's the trade of the week. The education section is here, and then my scan. So if you're looking for all my scans that I'm currently sharing, just when you click, jeez. All right, when you click on it, so this is the race that I'm displaying, the top one here. Oops, sorry, the top one right there. That's the race I'm displaying. 2 other races that I'm sharing. This is the Halts resumed, is over here. Relative strength leaders from the close, right here. Momentum scan here, and then the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside here. But as you can see, I am sharing a lot of other scans. I do not have them up and running. Sometimes what I do is I may get tired of one and think, you know what, how about trying this one for a while and test it, see what sort of alerts I'm getting. I like it. Maybe I'll keep it for a while. But anyway, here they are. Just right click. Okay, right click on the tree map. Right click. Go to configure. Okay, and you click on the summary. You can see there's the price filter right there. So what you have, you don't have to though, Iltal Trader. You don't have to. I just don't like to see the ones under $1. But if you don't either, then just do what I did and just put them in as one. Yeah, I mean here are the filters. You can add one if you want. You can add the put more relative volume, more volume. Oh, too many to see. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah, so just right click again and click on time frame. So right click on the tree map, click on time. Whoops, click on time frame and set record count. Set record count, and I've changed it to 8. I think the it's 20 that I had. So you can change it to 8 if you want, or whatever number you want. And don't forget, you got to save your work at the end of the day, right? Save your layout, save your work, whatever. Any change you make, it will not be saved unless you save your work. That's the end, everybody. Now Vox, guys, interesting. Vox just gave us this little pattern here: orange, blue. What's the 11 million in the float? Ariel, well, what are you guys learning? Well, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room and support room. So first of all, do you have Trade Ideas? The program called Trade Ideas, because that's what we're using. We're using Trade Ideas scanners. Okay, well, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so what you're seeing are some of the scanners that I'm using to generate ideas. Okay, but you're welcome to stay in the room. This is a free room, so try to demonstrate how what Trade Ideas is all about. Just to give you a general idea, if I use this alert window called Momentum, this is what you can do in Trade Ideas. We're excellent at real-time alerting. So this is a scan. Yeah, I see that Vox did pop up. So this is an example of a scan that I created. Okay. So in this scan that I created, if the price is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's time of day sensitive. It looks back 10 days, or I think it looks back 10 days, or 30 days actually. But at any rate, it has to be trading abnormally, 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is why I call it a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. I'm saying etc. because these are the filters that I'm using. And if a stock makes a new high of the day and meets all these filter requirements, we get a real-time alert. And somewhere behind, I'm going to have to cancel out. Oh, I know what I did. Just give me a moment. I didn't. Okay, so this is what we call the free floating window of it. Okay, so again, all I did was this is what you can do in Trade Ideas. You can create your own scans. Okay, now I'm sharing a lot of my scans. We have 5 other traders and trade ideas who can share their scans. But this is what I'm looking for in this particular scan. So again, the last time that happened, you can see right there, 12:34. This is Eastern time. We're at 117 now. So since this last alert happened, there have been no stocks that have met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, which is a little bit strange because this scanner is a thoroughly active scanner. It's active, meaning that you usually get a fair number of alerts over and over again. So that just sort of tells you the sort of market we're in right now a little bit. And if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. All right. But again, I'm sharing this scan. I am sharing this scan. But if you looked at this scan, and you thought, well, you know what, I don't mind it, but I don't like that price range. Well, of course, you can change anything. You can change anything in here. This is like what I like to see, but it doesn't have to be necessarily what you. And when I say you, I'm talking to anybody who's listening. Okay. But if you want to build your own scans, you can. These are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. So the top two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, I'm scrolling down. We have a lot of other real-time alerts. And when I get to these filters, these icons, these are the filter icons that we have. Now, again, don't look at this and think, man, this is way too complicated. I can't learn them all. I won't possibly be able to learn them all. Well, again, the good news is you don't have to learn them all. You might scroll down and say, oh, I recognize that idea. Maybe I'll use that. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day as my real-time alerts and just a handful of those filters. I want to see a certain price range, a certain minimum volume, and a couple of other things. Doesn't mean what I'm not using is bad. It just means that I don't need them for my trading style. But somebody listening to this might say, well, you know what, and you're scrolling through this and you go, oh, I know what I don't know. I know what cross below the open means, or okay, I wouldn't mind having that as an alert, okay, and creating a scan based on that. So the bottom line is, if you're looking and say, well, I don't know what New York City, New York Stock Exchange buy-in balance is. I don't know what that means. Well, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, you don't have to learn it. But some people might know what that means and say, oh, okay, they've got that as an alert. Great. So that's kind of the basis behind trade ideas. Okay, you can create your own scans. We have scans that we are currently sharing. We do have some swing. I wouldn't call it a community. There are people in the room who actually swing trade. Yes, I'm not. I'm not a swing trader, but we do have a couple of swing trading channels. These are all channels. These are all theme-based channels. So if you notice, I click on show more. The Trader's Eye curated swing ideas is a swing trading channel, and I think there's actually Swing Picks is another swing trading channel. So there are a couple of channels that really just for swing trading. So let's see how that worked. Yeah, that would have been a nice one. I should have kept on this one, the box. So you can see where the pattern was, guys. There's the orange. Next one is blue, and that's the pattern that we're trying to recognize. So it was right here. You can see right there, box. Now, talking with Michael in our YouTube room when he was in our YouTube room for his hour, we're going to dial it back a bit. We're going to increase the minimum shares. We're also going to increase the relative volume. Getting too many alerts, okay? And so we want to only maybe get a max of about 20 for the day. And if even 10 of them kind of work out not badly, that will be a big win. So I'm going to have access to that tomorrow. No, there are only two memberships really, Ariel. One is standard and one's premium. Okay. What I'm demonstrating right here is basically everything that you can have with a standard subscription. But there are no like, okay, if you want a swing membership, no, it's not like that. Yeah. So again, this is what the scan is designed to find. Okay. So there's the box, and you can see right there, you had the alert would have been around 450, 460, and this is a this is a great bullish pattern. In this case, obviously, you can see that would have worked out great. You take the trade around 460, and it got up to 480 or so, 486 before it fell back a bit. Now, I'm not saying you could have got it right at 460 and you're going to get a right at the top penny, but I always say, give me the middle two thirds on a lot of these, and that's fine. Now, this could keep going. I don't know. It could keep going. Look at this market, man. Oh man, this has been a choppy day, guys. But trend is, basically up. So Nas is up. Dow's down a little bit. So a little disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Not much though. SPY's up a little. Crypto is still down about 1,600. But look at that Kava. This has been an interesting one all day. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it may not go positive today, but I mean, it seemed to be an overreaction to some insider selling. Okay, because as I understand it, I mean, these guys that filed to sell some shares, they're allowed to, they're allowed to take some profit, and I think that they are selling shares in a way in which they said, okay, we will sell a certain amount per quarter, things like that. I may be wrong. Now, this is actually setting up as a bit of a short. I was talking to Michael in the when we were talking in YouTube, and this, if you'd been up early enough, and if your broker had shorts available, look at the short on Trib that was set up with it using that scan. I have to back out on the 3-minute chart, but so I mean, what time was this? This was that's yeah. So I didn't get. I wasn't not. Remember, I'm in the West Coast, so that's 4:18 my time in the morning. So I was not sitting down at the computer by that time. I was around 4:30. But there's the scan. I mean, orange directly to purple. And so the trigger would have been around 350. And before it popped up again, it got down to 3. So, I mean, that was a nice short if you got up early enough and if your broker had shorts available. My broker did not. Guys, I'll probably be taking off between 2:30 and quarter to 3, and William will not be keeping the room open. Okay, so but I'm glad to see he was in the room a little bit earlier, so I guess he's starting to feel a little bit better. All right, the pattern is starting to form on DCTH also, guys. I have to see actually that on a 5-minute chart. On a 5-minute chart, you can see the orange, and then you have the cyan, and then the blue. Okay, so it may be trying to set up. You won't see this on the scan because it's based on a 3-minute chart. Doesn't mean it's bad to see it on a 5 at all, of course. I mean, this did get up to 1050, so I mean it has a little bit of history, and there is news on this one today. That was the news for this one today. So another bio. Low float, 20 and a half in the float. Well, actually, I'm surprised. I thought, okay, this is not the one I'm thinking of. PHAT, not the one I'm thinking of. It's not a low float, 26 million in the float. I know some of you have been talking about this. This has had a nice run, about a month from 10 to 15. So Shady is long PRTG. Okay, I guess he's long PRTG with his stop at 670. And of course, it has room looking left. 2 days ago, it did get up to around 830. 828 to be exact. So how is Nvidia trading ahead of tomorrow? Boy, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. Well, after hours tomorrow. They release earnings after hours tomorrow. I missed this. All right, guys. So this is a Singaporean IPO today, JBDI. So it took out that high that I'd on the 3 minute that I'd placed a long time ago, but I somehow I missed it. Boy, this JBDI, it's interesting. I mean, it's highly risky. I mean, it just started trading today. A lot of volume, 2 million shares so far. IPO was at $5, so it's above the IPO price. It's above the IPO price, guys. So one of these ones that may have a late day charge. I mean, it's already charged somewhat. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, look at that Cava now. I was somewhat joking, thinking it might go positive, but I mean, it's still down 4.5%, but it's come way back from. I mean, look at what was the low today? $113. So it's tacked on about $7. Pre-market low was it's about the same. You know, it doesn't look like ADXN is going to do it. Yeah, so there. Wow, I mean, unfortunately, I just got distracted. I should have been taking this one right around here, 60, but no, this one. At least I pointed it out. Nice. So there. That is a great, great way in which that one worked. You know, that found the pattern right there. Yeah, so I'm wanted to bring this one up. Doesn't look like the ADXN is going to do it. It just looks like it's yeah, it's just drifting down way too much now. This has never been shortable for me. Well, never. It has not been shortable for me, at least today at Interactive Brokers, ADXN. Possible previous days it was, but certainly not today. LBPH might be good for a swing, okay? Swing trader that I'm not, but let's take a look at it. LBPH. Well, let's see. I mean, it's kind of just not doing too much, really. I guess this is the lifetime high up here around $40. Looks like it is. Would have to break out somehow, though, I guess. I mean, you would have to break out. The high yesterday looks like around 38. No, I'm sure I'm not going to like to see what Vox is now. Good for you guys who are in it. Yeah, over 5 again. Yeah. PRTG puke, which is a term that's used in the trading community many times. Let's see, PRTG. Oh, typed in puke. Mm-hmm. Okay, DCTH is trying to come back again. I think I'm going to leave it alone this time. I mean, to my regret, maybe, but Reddit. I haven't seen Reddit for a long time. RDDT. I don't think it's showing up anywhere. Aha. Sorry. And deleting my browsing history, I didn't realize it was going to delete every other device that I had that was synced. So now I understand. Hmm. Ah, I think guys, I think I messed up in YouTube. I think I signed myself out when I did that. Just give me a moment. All right. Okay, guys, I really screwed up. I think I think I accidentally shut down our YouTube room. Well, there goes DCTH, guys. Oh, okay. You are here? Okay, good. Wow, you know what? Look at the DCTH. I did not take it. I did not take it, but starting to rocket a little bit here now, guys. Still kind of holding out on the JBDI. The spread's not great, but if it get the bid back up to say the 30s, maybe, just maybe you could have that late day run. Maybe kind of like that. Kind of like that. Spread's still terrible. What I'm hoping for is Several months ago, we had a series of Singaporean stocks that went crazy. We just haven't had that lately. We haven't really had any of the cheap IPOs go nuts for quite a while. So maybe this could be one. Biggest gainers from the start. Okay, it's just not named the same. That's all. I can probably. It's a bit of a hassle because I can't go in there and name it. I have to get somebody at Trade Ideas to do that for me. Okay, but it is the same. It is the top. It's the top scan. Okay, there are three scans, so it's in the number one position. It is this one. Okay, I just not the same name. That's all it is. But it is that one. Okay. So even though it's not named exactly the same, it is the same scan right here. Okay. It is not working. Okay. I'll check out that. It's very possible. I know what happened. I was doing some house cleaning last night and yeah. Okay. Well, actually, okay. It's good though. Well, not good, but now I can get him to get this one with the proper name. Okay. Thanks for pointing that out. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just contacting the gentleman at Trade Ideas who handles my homepage. Oh, geez, Barry. And just give me a moment. Oh. Okay, guys. Yes. Sorry about that. A winner. Sorry. Wow, that was exciting. Now, you know what I'm talking I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. Boy, that was excellent. I was, oh man, go, go, go. And draw, you got it. As we say, freaking boom. Look at this thing. Look at this. Where are you? Look at this. Yeah. You win a new car of your choice as long as it's under $10,000 Canadian. Wow. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't care how many years I've been trading. When all of a sudden you get into something that does this, it's still a rush. Oh yeah, I would take some profit. Well, I have. I mean, I don't know what this is going to do, but that was just such a nice, nice, nice break. That'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with it. Now, Vox is on the move also, I guess. Yeah, another boy. Look at that. Okay, so I contacted the gentleman. Whoa. Oh, could this actually do the absolute crazy? The JBVI? Now you can see why we really got into the Singaporean IPOs several months ago. I mean, there were some. I'm not saying this is going to happen, okay, but there were some that went to like, they IPO'd at 4 and they went to like 40 in a couple of days. I'm not saying that's going to happen with this one. I was so excited I had this one thumbnailed on two different two different charts. I did not want to miss it. I'm surprised it did not get halted. That to me looked like a move that could have easily have halted it. Ah, now it is. Now it is. Oh, man. It wasn't easy. Okay. It was not easy. I was in this at around 620. Okay. And the spread was like 635 for a while. I went, you know, now I don't feel, you know what? I feel sort of badly. I'm not in the DCTH, but not that badly. Wow. Well, if you were in around where I was in, Michael, I mean, you saw the spread was not good. It dropped down to about 6, and the ask was 635, and I kept willing that bid to catch up. And what's nice now is that, yeah, these are showing up. Even though it's an IPO, it's showing up here. So whether you're in Vox or JBDI, well, obviously it depends where, but now this could open. Let's take a look at where it could open. So right now, it had flashed $8, but well, it's traded 2 million retired. I mean, it's traded 2 million, so I won't call that so that a liquid. But you're right. I mean, the spread was not easy to. I mean, I was yeah just willing the bid to catch up. And right now, so the projected open could be 8, could be 8. I went mid. I went mid when I got in. I went mid with IB. I just used their mid. Now we got to hope this doesn't hold. But as I said, I've taken some off, so I should not be hurt on it because it opens at like 2. But it's not. That's not going to happen. I mean, it's. But listen, if you're in this one, guys, just have your finger on the submit button or the sell button or whatever button you use in case it just has a like a big drop. In my opinion, anyway. So um, halted at 157 plus 26 seconds. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 2:02 plus 26 seconds. Meanwhile, the SPY put a price alert on the SPY at the high of the day. So we're at the high of the day. And you can see all the JBDI triggers right there. Could not trade without price alerts, guys. Whoa, I'm wrong. I am wrong, guys. Look at ADXN. Woof. Look at ADXN now. Now I'm not in it. I mean, it blew through that, but this is now the high. No, it's not the high of the day. The high of the day is up here at 12. Look at this. I thought this was dead in the water right here. All right, we've got the JBDI coming out of the halt. Took some off, most of it off now, guys. I mean, that's pretty. Going to hold a piece just in case. Just in case. Just in case worked out. I wonder if it's halted again. Not yet. Oh man, we got some good action now. Good action. BCTH on the move also. So the one thing that this does, this relative strength from the leaders, it basically draws your attention, okay, obviously, to the ones that are moving all day long. And look at the two that a lot of people are in. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of people, but I know people are in Vox. Probably took some profit now though, and the JBDI and even the Trib. I don't know what's happening with the Trib. There's the ADXN. Did it hold? Did it hold its gains? Not really. 1140 came right back down. Well, you would have shorted it in the contest, Captain. You're talking about JBDI, not shortable. I'm sure it is not shortable unless you've got center point, and because it's an IPO today. Now, believe it or not, I am going to be watching this JBDI later on in the day. Look how many races it won. Interesting, right? Look at the Vox, JBDI, Trib, the top three right here have won the top three races, or are in the top of the leaderboard in terms of the races. Oh, there's no question you would have. I still want to know. You haven't given me a direct answer yet. You don't have to. How did you short UBXG? I still don't understand how you did that. Because it was not setting up as a short, other than, yeah, you must have had some feel for it, but it was not setting up as a short. Oh, I know. I mean, it had no business being where it was. Okay, we all know that. But for you to have taken this short, just before the market closed on Thursday, and then waking up Friday morning for something that's dropped down to whatever it dropped down to, from 30 to 6. Amazing. If you'd held it all day, you would have been, where did it close? Three. Yeah, if you had held it, you would have won. No, it can't work that way. If it worked that way, we'd all do it. You would have won the contest had you held it, right? Because that's where it closed at 240. Anyway, where's Spanky anyway? Where are you, Spanky? Are you around? Guys, JBDI gets over 8 again. You are around. Okay, cool. You are a reigning champion until you're not. In fact, Well, guys, again, I don't have, certainly wish I had my whole position. I don't, but look at the JBDI and it's halted. Just got halted again. Now this is maybe the iffy halt, okay? First halts are usually pretty good. Oh, this is the third halt. Ooh, okay. All right, now Kava actually showed up on the scan, guys. You can see right there, orange, deep purple. Okay, so it did showed up on the scan, showed up on the scan as a potential short. The trigger would have been 118.67 or so. All right, draw or Casa or Poe or somebody. Well, you know what? How about somebody meaning me? We haven't talked about IPOs for quite a while. And this is what I use to find the upcoming IPOs. And you can see if you were in the room earlier, the first thing I did was I wanted to find out where it was. Okay, so there's the JBDI, there's the number of shares that were issued and the offer price, the IPO price, and that's so the minute it when it started to trading when it started to trade, it was over $5. So you know there was some enthusiasm for it. Number one. So that was number one. Number two, though, is I clicked on it. I wanted to find out where is it out of, and you can see right there, Singapore. Okay, so that made it very interesting for me. So now the next thing, and here's the the Ritter is it did okay yesterday. Is this out of Singapore also or just China? No, it's out of China, Hong Kong. So now what I'm going to do is check to see where are some of these other ones coming out of? So we've got another one, Kingswood. It could come out tomorrow, 2.5 million. And if you want this, I'm just going to pop this in. Okay, this is a link you can use. This is what I do for IPOs, and I think this is a lot better than having an IPO scan, to be honest. So let's take a look at this one. Let's refile. Let's see where it's out of, and it is out of another China stock. So this could come out tomorrow. Okay. Could come out tomorrow. I mean, again, it's the low price ones. 2.5 million, $4 to $5 IPO. It's priced at. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to put AZI, okay, in the chart. Of course, it's not trading yet, but all I do is I right click, create a price alert, and I'm going to put our price alert at 1. It's certainly when it starts trading. Now here's the key thing in the notes section. I will put 2.5 shorthand, I know, and 4 to 5, and then China. Okay. So I know so I know how many shares are going to be issued. I know what the IPO is priced at, between $4 and $5. I know it's a China stock. So if it starts to trade tomorrow, it's going to pop up in my price alerts window. I'm going to see it. And then I'll see, okay, then I can quickly know whether or not it's good or not. Good would mean, if it starts trading over $6, $7, okay, above the IPO price. That's why I think it's a better way to do this rather than have some kind of a scan for IPOs, because you might get an alert on the IPO, but you won't know the structure. So that's what I like to do. Just put the structure in the price alerts window. And you can see at the bottom here, there it is. So if it starts trading tomorrow, it's going to my price alert window is going to pop up on my screen. I'm going to see it right at the very big, right at the top. So I'll be prepared. The other thing that happens, guys, I'm just watching. So this is actually the second halt, guys. I guess what I was going to say is this was not. Oh no, this was it. Okay, this is the resumption. Okay, let me explain what I'm talking about here. Sometimes an IPO will show up as a resumption, okay, as a resume. I would say 90% of the time in our halts resumes, it shows up as a, when it starts to trade as a resume. But as I said, about 90% of the time when it's an IPO, that's what happens. It was not designed that way. It just was one of those crazy things that we noticed when we created this halts resume scan. Time is it now? Wow, 2:15. Well, this really got exciting in the afternoon for me. Hopefully, you guys, those of you who were in the Vox, was pretty exciting. Now, the ADXN, I mean, it's possible. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look, the high of the day is way up here at 1325. It's all about the float, too. I mean, 820,000. We think we've looked at another site and they that we seem to, that we trust has correct float information. So this is definitely, well, it looks like it's under a million in the float. And for those of you who are kind of new, wondering, well, why do I talk about the float? The float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a given day. Okay. I used to, well, I think 20 million and under is what I would call a low float. But over the last year, we're starting to see some of these floats that are even under a million shares, which is ridiculously low. So what does that mean though? If for whatever reason, okay, just think of the float as being the supply of stock. Okay. If the demand is there, and you can see 15.5 million shares have traded, so there's high demand, low supply. What happens to any commodity on earth when you've got low supply of it, but you've got, for whatever reason, high demand? Price goes up. Okay, so that's how it's. I'm actually surprised it's not up a little bit more, but that's why you can get some of these crazy, crazy moves. This is 46%, which is crazy enough, I guess, but some of these moves we see 100%, 200%, 300%. The only way that happens is when you have a very low float situation and for whatever reason, high demand. Now, in this particular case, they had a press release that created the demand. Sometimes it could be an earnings play creating the demand. Sometimes we scour looking for the reason. We can't find anything. It could be some group somewhere in the world that is, promoting it. And then it's hitting all sorts of scans around the world. And, we see it. We'll see it. So with the RITR, I'm putting a price alert at the high here. I think I forgot to do it. So I'm going to put a high right there. Again, this is China IPO from 3 days ago, from 2 days ago, right here. And you never know. I mean, if it, I don't think it's going to happen today. I'm sure it's not going to happen today. But if it does happen, tomorrow or sometime this week, maybe next week, that could get it going. It'll be its time. All right. So where is Vox pulling back to? So the VWAP is at 479. So what did it get to? It got down to almost the VWAP area. I mean, it's an area. So got down to 482. The VWAP is at 479. So if you're a VWAP player, you'd be looking at this and wondering, okay, will the VWAP act as support? And then that will be a base, and then it pops off. Okay, guys, I'm out of the JBDI completely now. I will put an alert at the high of not at 904. You never know. Later on in the day, it could be a minute from now. Ooh, you know what? I better check those other scans that I. Okay, that's there. Good, good. Sometimes when I do some house cleaning and I was deleting some duplicates. Okay, they're there, and that's what happened. I deleted. There had a bunch of duplicates here, and I deleted the one that it's in the room. So I think the rest of them are fine. Oh, JBDI. Well, I'm not in it anymore. See how this works, those guys. What you should do, in my opinion, anyway, with the price alerts window, is minimize it. Okay, you don't have to have it taking up space, and even if you had space, there's no point in looking at it. Really, in my opinion, no point in looking at it. So what you do is you minimize it, and then when you get an alert, it pops up on your screen, so you cannot miss it. Okay, so GoCan, do you have GoNoGo now, or are you just wondering what it's all about? Okay, so first thing what you should do is click on New from the toolbar. I don't know if you've done this already. Okay, click on the Dock Channel bar, and then you click on the GoNoGo channel, GoNoGo Charts channel. Okay, and then this is a pop up. Now I don't know. Have you watched the two videos? Have you watched the two videos, and also take a look at this text so that you have an idea about what GoNoGo is trying to do? Okay. So there is a channel for you, okay? And there's the channel. And these are some scans that Michael Noss created. Okay, these are daily scans, okay? More for swing trading that you can take a look at. But and then we have a Go Momo 3-minute scan, which I've been using. We're modifying it so we won't get as many alerts for tomorrow. But you can use the Go No Go charts for your own scans. So if I click on JBDI here, as an example, okay, it's not that. I better get to a 3-minute chart. So you can see, you can use the go no go charts for any symbol you've got. So if you created a scan and you want to see your symbols in a go no go chart, you can do that. You don't have to just keep it in the channel either. So what you can do is you can take this chart and right click and then duplicate it into a free floating window. And when you do that, see, now it's free floating. So that means now you don't have to stay in the channel in order to use a go no go chart. Okay. Now you can stay here if you want, as I demonstrated. When you click on any alert that you might have, it will load. Okay. I just like to have, but I'm going to shut this down because it should be somewhat obvious. What I did was I took this chart and then I duplicated it 3 times. Okay. So I could create my time frames, my 4 time frames that I like. Okay. Because I like to have the go no go chart outside of the channel. Gives me more flexibility. And then this is floating around outside the channel also. This is actually not in the channel. Okay, it is a separate scan, but oh my goodness, why didn't I keep some? This is what I was afraid of. Not afraid of, but wow. I'm glad the plan worked out, guys. Keep an eye on a Singapore IPO, and just maybe, just maybe, what about RMD from Peter Smith? What about RMD? So I had earnings back here. It was okay. I mean, nothing spectacular, but it has been on a little bit of a run. Well, I mean, you're right, Peter. It's got room. I mean, I'm not, but does it meet your trading style, your plan, all those things? Take a look at it on a monthly chart. Well, what I'm seeing right now, 240. I mean, if it's got to take out 240. There's the next high in the monthly chart anyway. 240. This is back in May of last year, so over a year ago. Takes that out. Then 243. So I mean, I don't know if you think that's enough room, but as you know, no, maybe you don't know. I don't trade these more expensive ones, but just looking at the chart, had a nice day for sure. That's a big move, 6% with 145 million in the float. You've got, let's say, William Blair maintaining coverage with an outperform. I don't see a price target. But as you know, Peter, I'm not going to say yes, you should take this trade or no, you shouldn't. So this is a bit of a unique situation with the halts and resumes, guys. We've noticed, since we had this scan, I don't know, maybe 3 years now, the halts resumes. So, and this is not scientific, but the first halt is usually pretty good. In other words, when a stock gets halted, then when it resumes, it's usually over the halt price. The second halt can be okay, you know, little more 50-50, but maybe 70-30. The second halt is usually okay. It usually opens above the halt price, maybe not as dramatically as the first halt. It's the third halt that we've noticed that we're going to have to worry about. That That could be the sign that the third halt could be when there's a lot of profit taking. Again, not scientific, but this one you can see it's been halted, 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 and it keeps moving higher. Of course, it's a crapshoot. Of course, it is. But if you're in it now, if you've been in it over $6, I mean, it's a it's a great feeling. All right, guys, it is now 2:29. I'm going to hang around for a bit. I'm intrigued to see where this one could go. Wow. So it opened above the halt price. It resumed at 10.50. It got halted at 10.12. Okay, now it got down below 10. So again, guys, as FinFan Forever, he's completely right. It's very, very risky. Do not wander away from your computer if you happen to be in this one. Oliver, if you're going to put in a symbol, make sure you do it right. You meant ADXN, not NX. I'm kidding you. You know that. All right, guys. Well, I think that is it for me today. I'll hang around for another couple of minutes. If there are any questions, please post them now. And otherwise, I'm going to take off. Excuse me. Oh, I will, Michael. All right, guys. I don't see any questions. So, thank you, guys. Now, this could be completely it for the JBDI. This might be just, a one-day wonder. I will watch it for tomorrow, though, just in case. It has a second day continuation. That's what we were finding in some of the other ones would have 2 or even 3 days, and then kersplat. I know Draw mentioned this one, VMAR, recent reverse split. I haven't looked at GME for a long time. Yeah, that's why. And AMC. People still out there thinking we're going to get the gigantic short covering. All right, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think that's it for me. I'm going to wrap this up. So have a great evening. And again, the main room will be open usually around 7:30 or so Eastern time in the morning. Chris has been opening it. I think he actually opened this morning at around 7:15 Eastern time. So you can always head over to the room when it's open. I don't get on the mic until 9. And I usually open our YouTube room about 8:30ish. Okay. So, but I don't get on the mic until 9 for both rooms. Bambino di Oro. You're very welcome. De nada. How's that? Though I think yeah, that is more Italian, right, than Spanish. You? Yeah, that's what I thought. So the gold, yeah, the Bambino di Oro, the golden child. You're right, and is a literal translation. I'm glad you don't think too highly of yourself. Okay, guys, that's it. I'm out. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm shutting down the room right now. And now, YouTubers, I'm going to shut you guys down now.